price, we like to pass that on. But right now, just looking at the premiums on silver, say 100-ounce bars, we're looking at. I've got generic silver 100-ounce bars that we're selling for like 50 cents over spot, as low as. So we're looking at per ounce, of course, for the viewers. Yeah, per ounce coins. Yeah, when it comes to what about the 1 ounces? Yeah, 1 ounce coins. Take a quick look here. Depending on the coin itself, we're looking at $2 to $3 is what I'm seeing on average. Okay, for some of the cheaper class. Yeah. And let me mention the audience to the website where you can find all this. You can go through our sponsored site, metalswithmike.com, and that will take you to Treasure Island. If you want to have full disclosure, Treasure Island's a sponsor of us. We do not earn a percentage on sales because the margins are really thin on these products. But Treasure Island does compensate us for mentions in my podcast.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said,
"Let there be light."
And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said,
"Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters."
And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said,
"Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear."
And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said,
"Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth."
And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said,
"Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth."
And it was so. And Elohim made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said,
"Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven."
And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying,
"Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth."
And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said,
"Let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind."
And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim said,
"Let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth."
So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them,
"Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth."
And Elohim said,
"Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food."
And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And the man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is Delam, and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. And Yahweh Elohim took the man, and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded he man, saying,
Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. For in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die.
And Yahweh Elohim said,
It is not good that man should be alone. I will make a helpmeet for him.
And out of the ground Yahweh Elohim formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all the cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there was not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said,
This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his woman, and were not ashamed. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman,
Yea, has Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
And the woman said unto the serpent,
We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, You shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest ye die.
And the serpent said unto the woman,
Ye shall not surely die, for Elohim knows that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him,
Where are you?
And he said,
I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself.
and he said,
Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat?
And the man said,
The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman,
What is this that you have done?
and the woman said,
The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat.
and Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent,
Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel.
Unto the woman he said,
I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you.
and unto Adam he said,
Because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and unto dust shall you return.
And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also, and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothed them. And Yahweh Elohim said,
Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever.
Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to guard the way of the tree of life. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived, and bore Cain, and said,
I have gotten a man from Yahuwah.
And she again bore his brother Habil. And Habil was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto Yahweh. And Habil he also brought of the firstlings of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Habil and unto his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door, and unto you shall be his desire, and you shall rule over him.
And Cain talked with Habil his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Habil his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Where is Havel, your brother?
and he said,
I know not. Am I to guard my brother?
and he said,
What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground. And now are you cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you your strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth.
And Cain said unto Yahweh,
My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from your face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me.
And Yahweh said unto him,
Therefore, whoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold.
And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived, and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begat Mehujael, and Mehujael begat Methushael, and Methushael begat Lamech. And Lamech took unto him 2 women. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Tillah. And Ada bore Jabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman,
Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye women of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold.
And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth.
For Elohim
Said she,
has appointed me another seed instead of Havel, whom Cain slew.
And to Seth, to him also were born a son, and called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 5. This is the sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, in the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. The days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years, and he died. And Seth lived 105 years, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived after he begot Enosh 807 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begot Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begat Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yered. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yered 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yered lived 162 years, and he begat Hanok. And Yered lived after he begat Hanok 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Yered were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years, and begat Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim after he begat Methuselah 300 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Hanok were 365 years, and Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begat Lamech 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begat a son, and he called his name Noah, saying,
This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahuwah has cursed.
And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said,
My Ruach shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became giants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said,
I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them.
But Noah found grace in the sight of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations. And Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah,
The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark shall you set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you, and for them.
Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him. So did he. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah,
Come, you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by two, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth.
And Noah did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark because of the waters of the flood, of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's women, and the 3 women of his sons with them, into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, of every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep, and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters were decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the second month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, the earth was dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying,
Go forth of the ark, you and your woman, and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth.
And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart,
I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 9. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein.
And Elohim spoke unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying,
And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth.
And Elohim said,
This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh, and the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth.
And Elohim said unto Noah,
This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth.
And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, and Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said,
Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren.
And he said,
Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yaban, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirak. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarma. The sons of Yaban, Elisha, and Tarshish, and Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, and after their families in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Kavta, and Raamah, and Kavteka. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. He began to be a giant and a hunter in the earth. He was a giant and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the giant hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach, and Reset between Nineveh and Kelach. The same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Lodim, and Anamim, and Lechavim, and the Naphtochim, and the Pathrosim, and the Kasluchim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and the Kaphtorim. And Canaan begat Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Hinite, and the Arvadite, and the Tsemarai, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanim was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, unto Gaza, as you go unto Sodom, and Amorah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Phaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Shelach, and Shelach begot Eber. And unto Eber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan begot Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzarmaveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheva, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yobab. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Misha, as you go unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another,
Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly.
and they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said,
Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
And Yahweh came down to see the city, and the tower which the children of men built. And Yahweh said,
Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech.
So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Shelach. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Shelach 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Shelach lived 30 years, and begot Eber. And Shelach lived after he begot Eber 403 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 34 years, and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years, and begot sons and daughters. Peleg lived 30 years, and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 32 years, and begot Serug. And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years, and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years, and begot Terach. And Nahor lived after he begot Terach 119 years, and begot sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years, and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lut. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Kasdim. And Abram and Nahor took them women. The name of Abram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yizkah. But Sarai was barren, she had no child. And Terach took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's woman, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram,
Get you out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed.
So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan, and into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said,
Unto your seed will I give this land.
And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Beit El, and pitched his tent, having Beit El on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto Sarai his woman,
Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you.
And it came to pass, that when Abram was come into Mitzrayim, the Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's woman. And Pharaoh called Abram and said,
What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, She is my sister, so I might have taken her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her, and go your way.
And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Mitzrayim, he, and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negev. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the Negev even to Beit El, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Beit El and Ai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at the first. And there Abraham called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot,
Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen. for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. If you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left.
And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Amorah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as ye come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. And Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. And Yahweh said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him,
Lift up now your eyes, and look from the place where you are, northward, and southward, and eastward, and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you.
Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Amorah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Tseboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Horim in their Mount Seir, unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekim, and also the Amorim, that dwelt in Hatzron Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Amorah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Tseboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Kedorlaomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Amorah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Amorah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Kedorlaomer, and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Shaveh, which is in the king's valley. And Malkitzedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said,
Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand.
And he gave them tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto Abram,
Give me the persons, and take the goods for yourself.
And Abram said to the king of Sodom,
I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahuwah, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto Abram in a vision, saying,
Fear not, Avram. I am your shield, and your exceeding great reward.
And Abram said,
Adonai, Yahuwah, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus?
And Abram said,
Behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir.
And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying,
This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir.
And he brought him forth abroad and said,
Look now towards the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them.
And he said unto him,
So shall your seed be.
And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him,
I am Yahuwah, that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it.
And he said,
Adonai, Yahuwah, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
And he said unto him,
Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram,
Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance, and you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full.
And it came to pass that, when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Abram, saying,
Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Parath, the Canaanite, and the Kenizzim, and the Kadmonim, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Kenainim, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzrite, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram,
Behold now, Yahuwah has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her.
And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram,
My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahuwah judge between me and you.
But Abram said unto Sarai,
Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you.
And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said,
Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go?
And she said,
I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahuwah has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her.
See me.
For she said,
Have I also here looked after him that sees me?
Wherefore the well was called Be'er Lahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name which Hagar bore Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly.
And Abram fell on his face. And Elohim talked with him, saying,
As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Avram, but your name shall be Avraham. For a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you, in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you and to your seed after you the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised. And ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed, he that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
As for Sarai, your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her.
Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart,
Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear?
And Abraham said unto Elohim,
Oh, that Ishmael might live before you.
and Elohim said,
Sarah, your woman, shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzhak. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzhak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at this set time in the next year.
And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 18. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes, and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said,
My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant.
And they said,
So do, as you have said.
And Abraham hasted into the tent unto El Serah, and said,
Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth.
And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter, and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him,
Where is Sarah, your woman?
and he said,
Behold, in the tent.
and he said,
I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son.
And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and had ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying,
After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
And Yahweh said unto Abraham,
Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahuwah? At the time appointed, I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son.
Then Sarah denied, saying,
I laughed not.
for she was afraid. And he said,
Nay, but you did laugh.
And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And Yahweh said,
Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, that they shall guard the way of Yahuwah, to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him.
And Yahweh said,
Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know.
And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. And Abraham drew near and said,
Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
And Yahweh said,
If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
And Abraham answered and said,
Behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5?
And he said,
If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it.
And he spoke unto him yet again and said,
Perchance there will be 40 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it for 40's sake.
And he said unto him,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
And he said,
Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be 20 found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 20's sake.
And he said,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 10's sake.
And Yahweh went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said,
Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways.
And they said,
Nay, but we will abide in the street all night.
And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and entered into the house. And he made them a feast. and did bake matzah, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him,
Where are the men which came into you this night? Bring them out unto us.
that we may know them.
And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said,
I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof.
And they said,
Stay back.
and they said again,
This one fellow came into sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot,
Have you here any besides son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah has sent us to destroy it.
And Lot went out, and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said,
Up, get you out of this place, for Yahuwah will destroy this city.
But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying,
Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said,
Escape for your life. Look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed.
And Lot said unto them,
Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold, now your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape hither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live.
and he said unto him,
See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape hither, for I cannot do anything till you are come hither.
Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of those cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh, and he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the circle of the Yarden, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger,
Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in, and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said unto the younger,
Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child mothers.
Coming to you from an undisclosed location somewhere deep in the heart of the Santa Monica Mountains, I'm your intrepid host, L.A. Marzulli. Welcome to Questions with L.A.
저 혼자 지랄이네 저 비행기.
Lots of questions here. Desperately trying to get through them. I'm trying to do more questions with LA. You know, a lot of people write in and say it's their favorite show to watch. I don't know about that. There's no way to track it. Maybe we should have a poll or something. Which show do you like best? And maybe I'll get Carson to give us a poll on the website so you can go and vote. We've got a lot of different shows. On the Trail of the Nephilim, UFO Report, Supernatural Confrontations, and Questions with LA. So we really do 4 different shows. And I'm going to be on a new network very shortly. More about that in the days to come. And I will be talking politics, prophecy, and the supernatural. I think you'll find that interesting. More about that in the coming weeks. So we'll get into all this, so much more. But first, a word from our trusted sponsor. Folks, have you taken a good look at the banks lately? On the surface, everything seems fine. But there seems to be a whole lot more going on underneath. It's like looking under the hood of a car and finding a mess of broken wires and parts. The parts are loans for homes, cars, and those credit cards we all use. Folks, they're hitting record highs. It's kind of scary when you think about it. Why risk your money for a tiny 5% return when things are so shaky? This is where Noble Gold Investments can help. They're like that friend who knows all about keeping money safe. They suggest gold and silver, oldies but goodies in the financial world. Plus, they've got a sweet deal. A free 1/4 ounce gold standard coin this month if you qualify. Pretty good stuff, right? If you're curious, just give them a call at 877-646-5347. It's just a chat, no pressure. They'll help you figure out if gold and silver are right for you. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Once again, the number 877-646-5347. Folks, we've invested in Noble Gold, and quite frankly, I'm glad we did. Once again, welcome to Questions with LA. If you've got a question, questions at lamarzulli.net. Questions at lamarzulli.net. I promise you we'll get to them. We've got hundreds of them, over 500 questions, and I can only do so many per week. So I promise I'll get to them. That's as best I can do. I think we're going to get a poll and find out which show people like the most, and based on that, maybe we'll kind of redo our weekly broadcast. So here we go. This is from Tim. The mud flood or Tartary? Do you see the theory of the mud flood or Tartary as being true? That's sort of a loaded question. Let me just say this, and I hope you don't think I'm, avoiding the issue. I believe the flood, first of all, was global, and I'll tell you why. Every culture on the planet has stories about some sort of a cataclysm, including the Chumash Indians out here in the west coast of California, west coast of the United States and California. They talk about a flood. They have a flood story. The Chinese have a flood story. It's pretty much universal. I do believe the earth was covered with water. I believe the Lord did this because of the Nephilim. Otherwise, we have this very weird deal going off. I'm actually writing an article about this, which will be in Prophecy Watchers. So without trying to duck your question, I know the whole mud fossil thing. I get that. And I'm just not buying it. I'm just not. It's kind of like a flat earth thing for me. You got to really show me some evidence, not things that appear or look like something, because that's That's called pareidolia. And I get things like this and emails from people who see my good friend and late my good friend and business partner Richard Shaw, who passed away a few years ago. We used to joke about Jesus and the taco. You would see this on sites. Some guy would open up a taco shell, and there's an image of what looks like Jesus, but it's not Jesus. That's called pareidolia. Looking at a cloud in the sky and seeing a swan flying, that's pareidolia. Looking at a rock and seeing a face, or a big boulder outcrop and seeing the face, that's pareidolia. So, mud fossil, with all due respect to the people over there who believe in it, I'm just not buying it. So, that's my take on it. So moving right along, this is from Alan. I heard you talk recently that the Earth is a round ball. Oh, here we go. And challenge people who believe in a flat Earth to fly over the South Pole and take pictures of the ice wall. The biblical account talks about a world that is not moving. Okay, so here we go. But let's just back up. The blue marble picture of the Earth taken from the moon is CGI. How do you see? You make a statement like this, prove it to me. I have a witness, I think it's Lambert Dolphin, who was working at NASA for a period. It might not be Mr. Dolphin. I got to check this because it's the second time I've referenced him. But I believe it was Lambert Dolphin who did this. Could be wrong. So I might stand corrected, all right? The bottom line is he was working for NASA as the lunar rover, whatever, was putting pictures in, feeding pictures via the satellite, and he's downloading these things immediately. He saw them with his own eyes. Is he lying? Is he lying? So what's the excuse there? And notice how, you immediately go to the biblical account or the blue marble and you say it's CGI. Well, there is no CGI decades and decades and decades ago. Yeah, they could touch stuff up. But are you aware that I've talked to people that will not come on the record that used to work for NASA? So how do you deal with this? That used to work for NASA. And they would tell me that their job, they would sit and look at pictures from the lunar surface and redact certain images that were troublesome, i.e. structures, craft, things that are flying around. That's what they would do. Same thing with pictures taken from the moon towards the Earth. Sometimes there would be those pesky UFOs in front of them. So what do you make of that? But here's the kicker. You said my challenge to fly to the South Pole and take pictures. No one's done that. See, I've flown over the North Pole. When you fly over the North Pole, you get a really good look at the curvature of the Earth. And you can tap dance around that till you're blue in the face. You guys have got money. And I've said this before. This is the L.A. Marzulli Challenge. Pool your money together. Start a GoFundMe account. Get some heavy hitters to join the club. Rent a private jet. It's costly, but my gosh, if you've got hundreds of flat earthers, that's nothing. Why hasn't that been done? I issued that report years ago, probably in 2017, 2018, sometime in that time span. Why hasn't anyone done that? Why? Do you understand something? That for a pilot to plot his course, if he goes in a straight line, he will not wind up where he wants to go. He's got to account for the curvature of the Earth. Gary Stearman is a pilot. That's where I learned it from. So pull your money together, rent a private jet, and go to the North or South Pole and show us the ice wall. And if you can't do that, if you can't show us that, then quit telling us that the images from NASA were CGI when there was no CGI decades ago. You're talking the 60s, pal. You're talking 1969, 70, 71, when they were going to the moon and taking pictures of the Earth. And that's where I believe it was Lambert Dolphin. Again, I could be wrong in that. He worked for NASA. He was looking at the live images coming, and he was blown away. They all were, because there's this jewel, this little blue sphere floating in space. Amazing. Let's continue. Yes. And this is from Patty. Hello, LA. Thank you for your work on the fringe topics of Christianity and supernatural events as they relate to Scripture. I wish more followers of Christ and pastors would speak on these topics. Your work is both interesting and thought-provoking. Well, thank you, Patty. God bless you. I appreciate the kudos and the kind words, the warm encomiums, as we say around here sometimes, jokingly. But thank you for the warm encomiums. If you're not sure what that word is, you've got an iPhone or a Galaxy, look it up in a dictionary. But I digress. Do you know what happened to the Fall brothers, Justin and Wes Fall? We're active with podcast interviews and some very interesting documentary filled with their company, Fourth Watch Films. They suddenly disappeared. The podcast and interviews abruptly stopped. The documentaries we're regularly putting out have also stopped. I was just wondering if you know what happened to these young men. Patty, I do not know what happened to these young guys. Hard to say. Maybe the financing dried up. Maybe they were threatened. I do not know what happened to them. I was interviewed by them in one of their earlier films. Sometimes financing can dry up. Sometimes family issues will take precedent. Sometimes sickness or a death in the family will overturn the apple cart. Sometimes people get burnt out. Sometimes they are threatened. I don't have an answer to that. Anyway, let's continue. This is from Bobby. Thou shalt, he's talking Genesis 3:15. Thou shalt bruise his heel. I don't understand how the dragon bruised Jesus' heel. Well, think about it. Genesis 3:15, the dragon is in the garden, Satan's in the garden, Adam and Eve are over here, pre-incarnate Christ is there in the center, and he's going to the dragon, your seed, your offspring, will be at war and enmity with the offspring, the seed of the woman. The one coming from the woman, the proto-evangelium, the Messiah, will crush your head, you will bruise his heel. That is the gateway to the biblical narrative. That's the gateway. If we don't understand Genesis 3:15, in my humble opinion, we don't understand the rest of the Bible. What is Genesis 6? What is the Tower of Babel about? What is Abraham and the kings? What's all that? Who is Og or Og, king of Bashan? What is Gilgal-Raphaim? Who were the Raphaim? What happens to Sodom and Gomorrah? Why the conquest of Canaan? Why the death sentence for all the inhabitants of the land? Why? Unless we understand Genesis 3:15, we're clueless when we get to all these other passages. Daniel 2:43. Their seed, there's that pesky word again, will mingle with the seed of men, but they will not cleave to them. Jim Williamson taught me this. The word cleave is the same word that we get in a marriage contract way back in Genesis, where a man will leave his parents, his mother and father, and cleave, marriage contract, to his wife. No cleaving into Daniel. And that book was sealed until the time of the end. That mirrors, in my opinion, the abduction phenomena to the nines. So, bruising Jesus' heel, what happened at the cross? Jesus crushed Satan's head at the cross, but Satan bruised his heel, didn't kill him. In the sense that you can't kill God, but God became death. Think about that. God became death. Don't believe me? What does Colossians say? He is head of the body, the church. He is the firstborn from the dead, not the living, the firstborn from the dead. Why? So that he may be preeminent in all things. For in him, the fullness of God was pleased to dwell, and through him, to reconcile to himself all things in earth and in heaven, making peace by the blood of his cross. I've talked about this incessantly and will continue to pound it home here. Jesus is fully God and fully man, no doubt. He dies on that cross. He's dead. God is dead. In the sense of the body is dead. Jesus' body is dead. Mary's going like, what? She doesn't understand it. Nobody gets it. The dragon, Satan, doesn't get it. Nobody understands what's going on here. Body lays in the tomb for 3 days. His spirit and his soul go where? Tartarus. Read Bollinger's paper. And what happens? He preaches to the chained spirits who are locked away in gloomy dungeons. Those same fallen angels were the 200 watcher angels in the days of Jared that appeared upon Mount Hermon and did that oath. I fear you will agree not to do this thing, and I alone will bear the penalty of this great sin. That's Samyaza, the mount of the oath. That's what Hermon means. And they say this knowing full well what the penalty is, that they're going to be locked up in the dungeon, because that's part of the protocols. Jesus goes down and proclaims, you're not getting out. It's checkmate. He becomes death. The enemy never in a million years thought that God would subject himself to this. Jesus dies for us. It is one of the most profound
저렇게
scriptures
되니까
in all of the Bible. I hope that helps you understand, Bobby. Let's do one more. This is from Donald. I have 3 photos of the western sky from a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what it is. I live right by O'Hare. I'm looking at it. I'll show you that in a second. This is from from Donald. Right there. There it is. So in my opinion, that is a CE1 event. Hard to say from the picture. Could it be Venus? Yes, it could be Venus. But I'm leaning towards a CE1 event. Close encounters of the first kind. There's an object in the sky. It's not moving, not making a sound. You don't know what it is. And so you snap a picture and you send it to me in hopes that maybe I'll be able to ascertain what it was that you looked at. In my opinion, close encounters of the first kind. You saw a craft. Anyway, folks, that's it. I'm sorry, but I like to keep the shows pithy. I know people have about a 20 to 30 minute attention span, and that's it. That's why we have shorts on YouTube now. That's why they make shorts. Why? Because people will watch a minute or two on YouTube. But an hour? I don't have time for an hour. 20 minutes? Yeah, they'll watch 20 to 30 minutes. So I like to keep the shows pithy. I'll be in Arkansas this weekend. After that, Guthrie, Oklahoma. After that, in April, down to Florida again, Jupiter, Florida, at Calvary Church. You're going to want to check all this stuff out. Then, of course, after that, the Prophecy Conference, Prophecy Watchers, which is a real honor to attend. Folks, if you've got a question, shoot me an email, questions at lamarzulli.net, questions at lamarzulli.net. I'm also going to go to our website, lamarzulli.net. There's going to be a poll up there. Which show do you want to see more of? UFO Update, Supernatural Confrontations, On the Trail of the Nephilim, Questions with LA. There's 4 different shows that we do. And as I stated, I'm about to go on a network, more about that in the coming weeks, where I'll be doing a daily update, Politics, Prophecy, and the Supernatural Report. This is not on YouTube, so I can sort of come out of the woodwork again and do this. Thanks so much for watching, folks. Questions at lamarzulli.net, questions at lamarzulli.net. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We'll see you back here. Thanks so much for watching.
예전에 누구처럼 그런 기분으로 가려고 한 건 아니지? 이렇게 하는 거 아는 건 알잖아. 그장은 내가 하니까 아니야.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs, which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W.W. Brizell was the man who discovered the saucer. Colonel William Blanchard of the Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like.
And the way the world actually operates is through espionage, and no one wants to look at it except for you. Why is this so overlooked? And how does this espionage, sexpionage, rule the world?
Told that the elected officials make all the decisions, and when in fact, no, there's actually a shadow government who are the real shot callers and power. Dialectical philosophy is very relevant for us, or people in the conspiracy genre, because a lot of controlled opposition is operating on this kind of idea. In order to further the dialectic, you intentionally smash positions together. Yeah, it's just this paper that disrupt online alternative media and conspiracy theorizing is to basically just flood it with fake conspiracies. I mean, this is pure evil. So that's the mindset of these mad scientists.
Yo, what up? It's Donut, and you tuning into All Your Illuminati News. We are here with Apex researcher Jay Dyer. I really wanted to have you on, Jay, because I'm just trying to meet new people, try to do cool things. You know what I'm saying?
All right. You're talking my language now, buddy.
Big fan of yours. Like I was saying earlier, I'm nervous to talk to you because I know how deep you've been researching for. You've had websites since 2007 going over esoteric Hollywood. Stuff that a lot of new people are looking into today. You're way past that. You've picked up these heavy books. Tragedy and Hope. And I'm here to ask you a lot of questions.
Okay.
It's going to be a fun show.
Looking forward to it. Dude, you got like infinite windows open there. I've never seen anybody have that many windows open.
That's how we do it. I even got other windows open too.
Windows of tabs of windows of tabs. Wow.
But I wanted to start it off with the dialectics. This is kind of a new term for me. I got Joseph Farrell's book. Haven't read it. You know what I mean? I know that you've read a lot of this information, but my question
My sisters, if we are to build an empire of hope, it seems we...
Good afternoon. It's Wednesday, the 13th of March, 2024, just after 1 o'clock. Welcome to UK Column News. I'm your host, Mike Robinson. Joining me today, we have Vanessa Bailey from Damascus and Charles Mallet. Welcome to the program, both. Vanessa, we're going to get started with the Middle East and, the new port that's being built. Is it being built really for humanitarian purposes?
In my opinion, and in the opinion of Gazans, particularly friends of mine now that have been displaced to the south in Rafah, no. But that shouldn't come as any surprise, of course. This is basically an EU, UAE, US project, ostensibly, as von der Leyen has said, to open a humanitarian corridor, despite the fact, of course, there are land crossings that could easily be used if Israel and Egypt were to open them to allow humanitarian aid into Gaza. This plan now is being hijacked by Netanyahu in the Israeli media in just the next slide. Diplomatic source, this is in Jerusalem Post. Gaza maritime route was Netanyahu's idea. This is an exclusive. And in the article itself, what does it actually tell us? So it talks about Israel Katz. Now, the foreign minister had drawn up plans for a maritime route via Cyprus involving a floating island. One of the complicating factors with a maritime route was the absence of a port in Gaza big enough to handle cargo ships. Here is where obviously the US comes in. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, together with the Navy commander, the head of the coordination for Gaza itself, the brief Sunday on the work needed to establish a naval pier. However, I'm not the only one to have concerns about the true purpose of this plan. This was only, I think, 2 weeks after October the 7th. There was, in fact, a leak in Israeli media, a plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza, not only to Egypt, but specifically to European countries that would be prepared to take in Palestinian refugees. And a recent report regarding the port in Andalus, the US port plans in Gaza have hidden objectives, and this is a Jordanian expert talking about a floating port off the shores of Gaza is a humanitarian facade hiding voluntary migration to Europe and undermines the enclave's sovereignty. He goes on to point out the fact that also any humanitarian aid coming in will not go directly to the American port in Gaza, but will go to the Ashdod port in the occupied territories to be checked, and then sent under Israeli Navy control and drones to the Palestinian territory. And then interesting that in reality, of course, what many people are saying, this is an opportunity for the US to increase its military presence in what is effectively already its military outpost in the Middle East. 1,000 US troops deploying to build the offshore port for Gaza aid. And they're saying that it's going to take at least 2 months for this port to be finalized. And of course, in that time, we're already at famine situation in northern Gaza, and we're heading that way in central and southern Gaza. So 2 months, how many people are going to die in that time? And of course, South undermines the idea that this is a humanitarian project by the United States. I think this was about 2 weeks after October the 7th. This was an article in The Intercept that talked about secret expansion of a secret military base, US military base in the Negev desert, about 20 kilometers from Gaza. And then added to that more recently, Haaretz, again, Israeli media, intelligence reveals unprecedented extent of US arms airlift to Israel since October the 7th. The Biden administration has reportedly made 100 secret arms sales to Israel since the start of the Gaza war. So that's on top of the billions, of course, that have been poured into Israel to enable its genocide of Palestinians. Publicly available flight data shows exactly what happened. And so I think it's over 180 arms airlifts to Israel, the majority coming in from Qatar and Germany. So global bases, US strategic global bases, sending arms effectively under the radar of public knowledge, but picked up by flight radar into basically the majority has gone into the Israeli Air Force base at Nevatim. And of course, we shouldn't forget that certainly the US and Israel and the EU and the UK and all the Gulf states have an interest in the natural gas reserves in the Levant Basin, which are in the range of 122 trillion cubic feet. And Gaza has never been permitted to actually exploit those reserves itself, and has been deprived of billions in income as a result. And then actually the sort of pilot boat, which is leaving Larnaca and Cyprus, left this morning. When I put this up yesterday, it hadn't left. It's bringing 200 tons of rice and flour, which should offer, interesting wording here, immediate relief to civilians in Gaza. It's coming from a Spanish NGO called Open Arms. But we have to bear in mind that in peacetime, so even before October the 7th, there were 500 trucks per day coming into the Gaza enclave. So we're talking there, 10,000 tons per day. So 200 tons is a drop in a very large ocean, as are, of course, the 8 drops that are effectively Hollywood humanitarian aid for the Palestinians. So effectively, in my view, this port is very much a Trojan horse. And as I said, friends of mine have said they're expecting that once the work on the port has finished, the Rafah incursion will begin. So what they're saying is that it will take 2 months, the starvation will continue. After 2 months, the Rafah incursion by Israel will continue, and the survivors from that incursion will be potentially driven into Egypt or forcibly deported by ship by the Americans to whichever European port is prepared to take them in.
Thank you, Vanessa. I just want to end this segment. Maybe you'll have a comment on this. There was a graph going around social media. I'm not sure what the source of it was. It may have been Al Jazeera, but I looked at the figures, I checked them, and so I just wanted to show what this was. So first of all, it was looking at the number of children killed in war, and in 2019, something around 4,000. This is across the entire planet, of course. In 2020, that looks like another 2,000 or so. In 2021, about the same. And in 2022, about the same. So in those 4 years, the number, according to the United Nations, was 12,193. And just to put that in perspective, since October the 7th in Gaza, the current number, and although that the Israelis, of course, would dispute that because it's come from the Gazan authorities, it's 12,300. But I think, Vanessa, just very briefly, that puts this whole thing in a little bit of perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, I was watching Scott Ritter yesterday, who made a very interesting point. He said that what has caused such an awakening about the Palestinian cause is the fact that these 13,000, 14,000 children, whatever the number is, it's horrific, has been, they've been massacred in a very short time scale. Thousands of children have died at the hands of Israel since 1948. But because that's spread out over a very long time span, people are not as horrified as they have been, of course, by this genocidal campaign in Gaza in particular.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's move on with war situation. And, well, good news, perhaps, because Admiral Sir Tony Radigan, of course, who recently, as we mentioned, was telling us that no one in the Ministry of Defence is talking about conscription in any traditional sense of the term. He has been given another term as Chief of the Defence Staff. So the Prime Minister and the Defence Secretary are pleased to confirm that the Chief of the Defence Staff, Admiral Sir Tony Radigan, will be extended in his post until autumn 2025. The Chief of the Defence Staff is the professional head of the Armed Forces and the principal military advisor to the Defence Secretary and the Prime Minister. He was commissioned into the Royal Navy in 1990. He served, they say, in numerous command and staff appointments, both ashore and afloat, and in command of UK and international forces. So I was interested in that. I wanted to know what had he commanded, at least afloat. Well, this is one of the things he commanded for 2 years, HMS Blazer. I'm not sure whether that's an offshore patrol vessel or what, but it's a pretty small boat anyway. And then apparently he was 3 years on HMS Norfolk, which is a frigate. So that looks like, Charles, I don't know if you've got any thoughts on this, but that looks like 5 years in operational command. Prior to that, of course, he was in relatively junior roles. Subsequent to that, he was in staff roles, which don't seem to have had any operational role at all. So do you think that's sufficient for somebody who's the effective head of the British military?
Good afternoon, everybody. No, I don't think it is at all. And I don't think it is even in relation to his peer group. It was said at the time that Patrick Sanders, who's now Chief of the General Staff, would have been preferred to Radigan. He's got much more command and operational experience, but perplexingly, Boris Johnson, the then Prime Minister, decided to appoint Radigan. So there's a possibility, I suppose, that he's being set up as the fall guy for what happens over the next 2 years. But the other thing to make note of is what he conducted alongside his naval career. I mean, he continued to practice law and qualified as a barrister in 1996. So it does seem in many ways a very, very odd appointment and even odder extension.
Yes, indeed. Well, sticking with British military, we were talking about British defence spending recently, and £25 billion MOD expenditure across the country, and so on. They produced this nice little graphic that they were sending out in the across the social media and so on. But we were talking about the fact that Russia and China's defence spending is significantly lower than the West, but they seem to be able to do that in a much more effective or apply it in a much more effective way? Well, CNN now has published this article, Russia producing 3 times more artillery shells than US and Europe for Ukraine. So what they're saying is that Russia is producing about 250,000 artillery munitions per month. That's about 3 million per year. And CNN's quoting NATO intelligence estimates of Russian defense production. And that's compared to the US and Europe, which have capacity to generate only about 1.2 million munitions annually to send to, well, they're mostly sending them to Kiev, of course, at the moment. The US military has set a goal, apparently, according to CNN, of 100,000 rounds of artillery a month by the end of 2025, which is still less than half of what the Russians are doing. And they quote officials who are saying that Russia is currently firing around 10,000 shells a day, compared to just 2,000 shells a day from the Ukrainian side. And the ratio is worse in some places across the Ukrainian front. So they're really upset that Russia is running artillery factories 24/7 on rotating 12-hour shifts, and that Russia is now recruited a further 1 million people to work in the defense sector. So that's up from 2 to 2.5 million before the war to about 3.5 million now. So let's just put that back on screen for a second and have a look at the comment from Lieutenant General Steve Basham, who's from US European Command. He's saying, if you can actually control the economy, so because it's an authoritarian regime, it's much easier, then you can probably move a little faster than other countries out there, but the West will have more sustaining power, he claimed. Well, will it? Because in parallel with this, then Politico has published this article saying Pentagon needs Congress to hand over $10 billion to replace weapons sent to Ukraine. And they're basically saying in this article that if Congress doesn't hand over the $10 billion, then the US will have no capacity to replace those weapons. So it just is such a pathetic situation, really, that the West finds itself in. Has shut down its manufacturing capability to such an extent that even if it wants to bang the war drums, it's not really in a position to, other than through just a load of rhetoric. So anyway, in the meantime then, in Poland, the US have been basing military over there for a couple of years now. Here is Donald Tusk. He went over with Mr. Duda to try and persuade Joe Biden to send more troops to to Poland. Sorry, he wants more. And he basically got down on his knees and begged, please, 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 he said. And, well, Biden, maybe this was the only word he knew at the time or something, but he said, nope, ain't going to happen. So the US refusing to send any more troops to Poland at this time, at least. Now, in the meantime, the question of what happens with the UK's nuclear deterrent is in the headlines as far as Chatham House is concerned. This is a few days ago. The failed Trident test that we talked about a couple of weeks ago highlights an imbalance in UK defence strategy, and Chatham House now pushing the narrative that really what we want to do is to give nuclear weapons to the RAF as well. Now, as we know, the US is moving F-35As into Lakenheath, and there's talk of nuclear weapons going to Lakenheath, the first time that the US has based nuclear weapons in the UK for quite some time. And the F-35, of course, the F-35A at least, set up to launch those tactical nuclear weapons we're talking about here. So Chatham House very keen that perhaps the UK might want to invest in some F-35As so that we can have some tactical nukes on ours as well as on the Americans. I don't think this is a really useful platform for that. But Charles, let's move on then to the UK's energy security.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, and we start with the not altogether surprising announcement from the Energy Secretary that there are 1 or 2 holes in the net zero policy. An announcement yesterday saying that the strategy for gas is to take a common sense approach, and she said, this is Claire Coutinho, said that in a plan set out today, the government has committed to support the building of new gas power stations to maintain a safe and reliable energy source for days when the weather forecast doesn't power up renewables, as though the penny has just dropped. She goes on to say that this is the latest step in efforts to reach net zero in a sustainable, pragmatic way. that rids the UK of the need to rely on foreign dictators like Putin, and this very much is part of the agenda. The UK led the way on banning imports of Russian gas and is delivering new sources of homegrown energy with new nuclear power plants, record investment in renewables, and new oil and gas licenses in the North Sea. So let's see exactly how dependent upon that terrible dictator Putin we actually were. This is a House of Commons briefing paper which is about the imports of fossil fuels from Russia, and we see here that in actual fact in 2021, imports from Russia made up just 4% of the gas that we used. Notably, though, 27% of coal, which we will come back to. But nonetheless, straight away, sort of disingenuous statistics being used from the start. Rishi Sunak follows it up with an article in The Telegraph in which he also points out that renewables cannot be relied upon all the time because the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't blow all the time. So he says that this is how we will keep your lights on and your bills down. It's the insurance policy Britain needs to protect our energy security. Now, this recurring theme, while we deliver our net zero transition. And he continues, you can't protect national security without delivering energy security. The war in Ukraine reminded us all of that. A nation that is dependent on the whims of dictators for its energy supply can never be truly safe. Well, how consistent is his message? And in particular, we consider the relationship the UK either may or may not have with countries that are possibly or could be or have been declared as dictatorships by the United Kingdom. For example, we buy gas from China, Algeria. We bought gas from North Korea as recently as 2018. Nigeria, Qatar, and of course, the European Union. Even the Daily Telegraph last year, with a comment on Britain now being an elite dictatorship where majority opinions are crushed. And it's hard to disagree with the sentiment of Alistair Heath's point. Now, coming back to the security part of it, it's as though the narrative is in actual fact to push us towards the idea that everything that we do must be concerning NATO and Russia. And so we see that NATO is broadcasting a lot about energy security. This is from January, and they talk about NATO not being an energy institution, which of course it certainly isn't, but energy development to affect the international security and environment and can have far-reaching security implications for the Allies. And so they go on. Here's a picture of Jens Stoltenberg last year on the coast of Norway, effectively suggesting that that NATO is sort of verging on being a protection racket where it comes to particularly gas. And Norway, again, we'll come back to. But what we'll look at now is the energy that we do actually use in the UK at the moment, and in particular how the renewable side of it works. So this is from Energy Dashboard. This is taken at 6 o'clock this morning. And on the left-hand side, you can see the red arrow pointing at 17.3% of the energy being used being provided by gas, and notably at the bottom, 60% being provided by wind. Now, you might be thinking, oh, that's great. How admirable that wind is able to provide that. Of course, the moment the wind stops, that's 60% of energy that we need to find from somewhere else. The other part, though, that the Prime Minister and the Energy Secretary are not being entirely consistent on the right-hand graphic, is that 71% of the carbon intensity is coming from that 17%. So they've got to make their minds up as to what they really mean by all of this. For a bit more detail, we'll look at the Digest of UK Energy Statistics, which again picks holes in their narrative. We can see the graph starts here on 1996 on the left-hand side, and effectively in both supply and demand for natural gas in the UK, there's been a steady decline since the turn of the century. So it's frankly unrepresentative to suggest that this has become a problem just now. The graph on screen now, the bottom part shows exactly how dependent we are on Norway's gas, which supplies over half what we use, and again makes relevant Sweden's recent move into NATO. And also we see from the graph export from the UK that actually before Russia made an incursion into Ukraine back in 2021, exports of natural gas from the United Kingdom had in fact gone up quite considerably. Now, I just close out by pointing out that the National Grid has renamed itself or is renaming itself the National Energy System Operator. And the reason I draw your attention to that is that they have rebroadcast the government line that the UK government has set a clear deadline for coal-fired power stations to cease production by October 2024. So what are we doing to make that happen? We won't go into that now, but we will put a marker there and have a look at it back in, in the future, in October of this year, to see exactly where the government have got to with that.
You called NATO running a protection racket for, let's protect your gas pipelines. Is that what Nord Stream was about, do you think?
Well, I didn't want to expand this segment too much, but I mean, it's a very, very interesting part of it for sure. And also the other bit that I didn't really mention was that in all the sort of NATO rhetoric does go very much, with your previous segment about conscription and about this idea that we must do something to protect our own energy security, and therefore come and join the armed forces to do so.
And yes, and just finally on that then, Charles, I mean, when we look at what's going on with farming and the issue of farm security, with food security, and then we've got this issue of energy security, there doesn't seem to be a terrible momentum going on here to try to build the capacity that we need if we're going to maintain the type of population that we have on a longer term basis.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and it's been pointed out. I mean, the farming community, I think, is divided on whether or not net zero is a thing, in that whether the science behind it stacks up. And even for those that do believe that the changing climate can be driven by carbon dioxide emissions, they are still very quick to point out that in not producing foods here that are said to produce, a certain amount of carbon dioxide, that still has to come from somewhere. So it's just smoke and mirrors with how you're actually purporting to be putting forward these statistics. And I mean, really, they're a nonsense, I'm afraid. But exactly as you say, nothing being done really to address the population increase and the enormous pressure on all these systems.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Charles. Thank you for that. Okay, now, if you like what the UK Column does, you'd like to support us, please go to support.ukcolumn.org. All the options to help us out are there. We are completely funded by our viewers and listeners and readers, so if you can help us, that would be fantastic. The shop is there if you would like to pick something up, but please do share anything that you see on the various platforms, especially ukcolumn.org and ukcolumnextracts.co.uk. Now, tomorrow at 1 p.m, the second part of No Smoke Without Fire, which is focusing on King Charles and his influence on the net zero agenda, is going out. This is Brian and Debbie discussing this issue. That's at 1 p.m. Tomorrow on the UK Column website in the usual places. I'd like to say thank you to everybody that's signed up for the Climate Science Masterclass. Now, we had planned that this would begin on Tuesday next week, Tuesday the 19th, and that's exactly what will happen. But we're actually going to run a second session in parallel, effectively Tuesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m, so that anybody that wants to join on either of those days can do, or on both if you want to, if you've signed up for this. If you still want to have a look at the details of it, it's climatecourse.ukcolumn.org. But basically, we've had sufficient people sign up for this that we want to split it into two, so maybe we can share people out between the two sessions and give more time for everybody to interact with David Siegel directly. So thanks again to everybody that signed up for that. The interview that I did with Matt Ehret on the British origins of the UFO psychological operation is up on the UK Column website. If you haven't seen that yet, please have a look at it and do share it. And that's what we have for now. So back to you, Charles, and the issue of transitioning.
Yes, thanks, Mike. Yes, specifically, if one believes it to be possible, transitioning gender. And this is the news that NHS England published yesterday, saying that they will no longer be prescribing what are called puberty-suppressing hormones, PSH. Puberty-suppressing hormones are not available as a routine commissioning treatment option for the treatment of children and young people who have gender incongruence or gender dysphoria. Now, where has this come from, and what do we think about it? The NHS, in their statement, say what we have decided. They say NHS England has carefully considered the evidence review conducted by the National Institute for Clinical Excellence and has identified and reviewed any further published evidence available to date. We have concluded that there is not enough evidence to support the safety or clinical effectiveness of PSH to make the treatment routinely available at this time. Now, there are a number of things that fall out of that. The first, I've highlighted the date 2020. Why has it taken 4 years for the evidence review to be examined and considered in this way? Further, if there is deemed to be insufficient evidence now, why was it considered that there was enough evidence at that time? And who made these decisions? Who is it that can be held accountable for these things having happened? How many people have been affected by this? And indeed, who has been allowed to conduct these sorts of treatments? So in the background to the document, the NHS effectively tries to justify its position by saying diagnostic approaches have been described with reference to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders, version 5, published in 2013, Gender Dysphoria, and the International Statistical Classification of Diseases and Related Health Problems, version 11, effective 2022, Gender Incongruence. So the reason I show that is that we are repeatedly told that any issues surrounding gender are not a mental disorder, but they are in fact some sort of physical manifestation. But quite clearly stated there, this is a mental disorder, and indeed, whether or not you believe it's fueled by influences on the children or it comes from within and is being, in effect, the flames are being fanned by these professionals, either way, this is, in effect, a shocking admission that they proceeded to do this for a number of years with completely insufficient evidence that in any way what they were doing was the right thing. We'll go on to look at the particular drug of choice for the NHS, which is triptorelin, and some of the side effects. Now, the side effects, as you might imagine, are far too long to read out or list, but I thought concerning, since we just looked at the mental side of it, we'd look at the psychiatric effects, and listed here, bearing in mind this is prescribed to children, very common, decreased libido, sleep disorders or mood changes, and common psychiatric disorders, or side effects, insomnia, emotional lability, loss of libido, depression, depressed mood, or irritability. Now, does that sound in any way like the sort of drug that should be given to children who are already in a state of mental turmoil? I think not. But of course, the world being as it is, even though the NHS is saying that it can't prescribe this anymore, if you want to buy it, a very quick search on the internet produced Pure Peptides UK, where you can buy a bottle of triptorelin for £10 a throw. So again, no problem getting it. As I said at the beginning, I mean, perhaps we consider that the wind is changing direction. So I just want to point towards two private members' bills in Parliament at the moment. The first in the House of Lords, sponsored by Baroness Burt, the Conversion Therapy Prohibition Bill. And within that, she's suggesting that a person commits an offence if they practice or offer to practice conversion therapy, which is defined as the practice aimed at a person or group of people which demonstrates an assumption that any sexual orientation or gender identity is inherently preferable to another, and which has the intended purpose of attempting to change the person's sexual orientation or gender identity, or suppress a person's expression of sexual orientation or gender identity. Now, somewhat regrettably, at the same time, there is a bill in the House of Commons from the Labour MP Lloyd Russell Moyle, which in effect has similar provisions. But what I do want to highlight from his bill is the rather ambiguous text where he suggests that, or rather the bill suggests, that no offence is committed where a person expresses a religious or other belief. Now, it's easy to see how that could be manipulated. And further, at the bottom there, an offence is not committed where a health practitioner takes an action in the course of providing a health service, provided that the health practitioner complies with regulatory and professional standards and considers in their reasonable professional judgment that it is appropriate to take that action. So this is where we return to the prescriptions of these drugs, and we think that those professionals believed that it was reasonable to be prescribing those things in the first place. So even if these bills do go through, it's very easy to see already how they could be manipulated for effectively to the detriment of the mental health and physical well-being of children.
Thank you, Charles. Okay, now let's move on now to Foreign Office, first of all. Foreign Office spending. We published this website some time ago, and almost immediately the Foreign Office stopped publishing their information. Now, this is a database which is basically intended to make it easier for people to search the information that the Foreign Office used to publish on spending over £25,000. So what I'm showing on screen is just one example of FCO spending to the Westminster Foundation for Democracy and the amount of money that they've spent with them over the years. But if we scroll down further down the page and look at the details of this, we see that we can never find out exactly what the money went for. So we know that it went to a particular organisation, but we don't know what project it went to, because everything gets allocated to something called Programme Spend (Oracle Projects Control Account). And of course, what we're talking about there is an Oracle database, which is being used to host all these records, the public side of which the public never gets to see the detail of those records. But Vanessa, we thought we'd look at, or you thought you'd look at what Oracle is up to with the British government and more broadly, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, we had a discussion about this, and I know that you and a lot of people would say, yes, but I mean, Oracle is just one of many storage cloud systems like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, IBM, etc. What's the problem? The government has to use something to store its information. But what worried me immediately is that Oracle appears to have what is virtually a monopoly across government information. And what is also worrying, and is a question that I would like to ask, and we were talking, Mike, about potential FOI, who actually can access this information, who controls this information, who decides where this information is shared. So let's have a look at this, what I consider to be really a monopoly of information storage from the British government across all sectors. So if we look at Oracle customers on the next slide, where it will talk about the Cabinet Office. So there is a recommendation there from Steve Fulborough, who's Deputy Director, Architecture and Information Assurance, Government Shared Services at the UK Cabinet Office. And then if we move on, you can see, sorry, the dogs have decided to start playing. It is connected to local government and across the NHS in specific areas of the country, but growing. And then perhaps most worrying, this was in 2020, and as far as I know, it's ongoing. Oracle was awarded the UK Ministry of Defence Cloud Infrastructure contract, and let's have a look at what that entails. So basically, the Ministry of Defence will capitalise on the choice and economic benefit Oracle Cloud Infrastructure can provide. Led by Chief Information Officer Charlie Forte, Ministry of Defence's digital organisation, Defence Digital, brought together and replaced a number of organisations, including Information Systems and Services in 2019. It has an annual budget of over $2 billion and a team of around 2,400 personnel, including military, civil servants and contractors. The organisation is responsible for making sure that effective digital and information technology is put into the hands of the military and business front line. Who founded Oracle? A guy called Larry Ellison was the co-founder of Oracle in 1977. But let's have a look at a little bit of his background. So Oracle itself started off as a project for the CIA. Ellison named his company after Project Oracle, a 1970 CIA operation he worked on. Our very first customer was the CIA. Ellison boasted, telling the story of how in 1977 the CIA commissioned his firm to build them a database. From there, Ellison immediately began pitching to other wings of national security states and within months had secured contracts with Navy intelligence, Air Force intelligence, and the NSA. The bottomless pit of money available for the military has helped turn Oracle from a tiny operation to a $46 billion per year behemoth. Then let's have a look again. We talked last week at Unit 8200 and the development of a surveillance state in Israel itself. So the founder of Oracle, Larry Ellison, is Jewish. I would counter that by saying he's clearly Zionist. Then let's have a look at a little bit of information about him. So he's connected with Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, Benjamin Netanyahu, the current prime minister in Israel, conducting, of course, the genocidal campaign against Palestinians. But most interesting, among his contributions to Israeli causes are more than 26 million given to the Friends of the Israel Defense Forces, as well as $500,000 to fortify a community center in Sderot in 2007. Reportedly, according to the New York Post and various other media outlets, Netanyahu was reportedly offered lucrative Oracle board seat by Larry Ellison in 2021. I would assume he didn't accept it because to do so he would have to step down from the Knesset, which would lead him to prosecution for corruption. But then let's have a look at the Larry Ellison Foundation. Current investments. Guess what? The Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. And then let's have a look at how much money Ellison poured into this. Let me try. Mike, can you read that for me?
So it says, according to the Larry Ellison Foundation's IRS return filed late last year, Oracle's CTO and founder donated $33.83 million to the Tony Blair Institute in 2021 and plans to contribute another $49.37 million in the near future.
And thank you, Mike. And guess what this is focusing on with the Tony Blair Institute and Oracle launched the Africa Vaccine Management in the Cloud. People can freeze that screenshot and read it for themselves, or go to the Larry Ellison Foundation. Charles, that might be of interest to you. And then I took from an article by Mint Press News, Alan McLeod and Loki, the pro-Palestinian activist in the UK, openly pro-Israel tech group, now has control over the UK's most sensitive national data. Now, Larry Ellison stepped down in 2014. However, he was replaced by Safra Katz, billionaire American-Israeli, who has also contributed to various Israeli organizations and contributed to the Trump presidential campaign in 2020. 1 second. And then if we look also, so while opening a new data center in Jerusalem in 2021, Safra Katz laid out Oracle's purpose, stating very clearly, we are not flexible regarding our mission and our commitment to Israel is second to none. Sorry. Coming. I do apologize. This is a free world and I love my employees, and if they don't agree with our mission to support the state of Israel, then maybe we aren't the right company for them. So very clearly stating that Oracle supports Israel and does not effectively stem any confrontation or distance towards that support. Larry Ellison and I are publicly committed to Israel and devote personal time to the country, and no one should be surprised by that. Katz made the comments in response to a question about Israel's poor human rights record and the rebellion of Silicon Valley employees refusing to facilitate the country's war crimes. In 2017, Katz was offered the position of US Director of National Intelligence. And interesting, you pointed out to me, Mike, that interesting how the UK government has basically kicked Huawei out of UK telecom networks because of what is considered to be a threat from China itself. And I would again remind everybody to look at the 2030 roadmap for UK-Israel bilateral relations, and bearing in mind Oracle's, let's say, partisan approach towards Israel, how many Unit 8200 spy network from Israel employees are actually at Oracle, and the extent to which Oracle now has control over the majority of the information from all sectors of the British government.
Yes, thank you for that, Vanessa. We're going to follow up on this with other companies that are embedded in British infrastructure, whether that be government infrastructure or corporate infrastructure. So we will see how we do with that over the next few weeks. Now, I want to then move on to the DSTL, Portadown. So Theresa May was visiting. Here she is. Yesterday I visited Salisbury, 6 years from Russia's brazen use of a chemical weapon on British soil. It was a pleasure to thank staff at DSTL Mod Portadown for their professionalism and for everything they do away from public view to keep our country safe. So, you know, she's not worried about making the point that Portadown's right beside Salisbury, where the alleged chemical weapons attack on the Skripals happened. But I just thought, for the sake of a bit of a laugh, we would have a look at some of the comments under this. So first of all, we have Honesty 2022 here saying the criminal perpetrator returns to the scene of her own crime. So somebody gets it. Then we have Rob Bravo here saying, yeah, and wasn't it an amazing stroke of luck that the first person to go to the aid of the Skripals was the chief nurse of the British Army? And indeed it was. And then we have Charlie Radner here saying, here we go, anti-Russia rhetoric mixed with the old fear factor. And let me guess, we must be sending more pounds to Ukraine, soften us up. Well, I think that's a fair point. But a couple of weeks ago, Charles was talking about Dragonfire, and DSTL all over their Twitter account over the last couple of days, really excited about Dragonfire. This is this, how do we describe it, directed energy weapon. Let's have a look at a little bit of video that they've been posting on their Twitter feed.
The Dragonfire laser has achieved a UK first with a high power firing against an aerial target. With precision accuracy and costing only around £10 per shot, it's a potential game changer for air defence. Working closely with industry, the UK continues to invest in cutting-edge technologies to keep the nation safe.
So, Charles, you were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. They're clearly extremely excited about it. I mean, I'm not sure if you've got any more thoughts.
이게 처음에는 목덜미가
well, apart from it sounding like Liz Truss has done the voiceover for the publicity, yeah, I think they do seem to go on about the cost of it, the cost per shot. I mean, on a serious sort of defence note, if it were a capable technology and there was a certainty that it didn't harm the user and that there was not collateral damage, all of those things I think are completely unproven at the moment, then in comparison with weapon systems that would wreak similar havoc, the price would be astonishing. I mean, you know, £10, if what she says is true, I'm not quite sure how that's calculated. And again, I dare say, like most of the figures we're presented with, it would have been arrived at by slightly spurious means. But it potentially is very capable. I think the question to ask is what is the intended purpose, and what sort of countermeasures would, for example, Russia have? And with everything else we've talked about, drones particularly, the Russians either have the exact same capability, or they have the countermeasure which is better established and more capable. So I think what remains to be seen is what on earth the intended operational use for this is.
Well, that's a very good question, and so I wonder, is it about shooting down drones or other missile defense, or is it for setting forest fires, which help with the climate change agenda? But anyway, we can discuss that more in the future. I'm saying that a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but let's stick with DSTL, and they've decided to set up what they're describing as centres for doctoral training. So there are two of them being set up. These centres are going to enable novel research and provide a future pipeline of trained research staff in critical technology areas for defence. So it's not a huge amount of money, it's £16 million so far, but it's going to fund centres for doctoral training led from the universities of Southampton and Edinburgh. So let's have a look at the Edinburgh one in particular and look at the key areas that they're looking at. So artificial intelligence, autonomy, so that's autonomy of vehicles and so on, digital twins, and human-machine interaction. So this fits in with the 6G video that we were showing, I think this time last week. But I want to focus for this purpose on the digital twins aspect of this, because many people aren't aware of digital twins. So let's just remind everybody what digital twins are. So this is from the IBM website. What is a digital twin? So let's look at their definition. A digital twin is a virtual representation of an object or system designed to reflect a physical object accurately. It spans the object's life cycle, is updated from real-time data, and uses simulation, machine learning, and reasoning to help make decisions. And of course, mostly this is being promoted as something which you apply to infrastructure. So if you create a digital twin of a railway network, and you can analyze its maintenance requirements, you can analyze its any potential for problems on the lines and so on in real time. But my issue with this is the behavioral change in particular, because they're not just looking at digital twins of physical steel and infrastructure, they're looking at digital twins of human beings as well. This is something which is being widely researched in universities. Let's just bring a couple of the research papers on screen. So here is one, designing humanoid digital twins for behavior changing therapy and rehabilitation, a systematic review. Here's another one, designing human digital twins. That's the same one. I do apologize. Here's another example from another paper. This is all about human behavior modeling in the digital twin. So digital twins, human digital twins being a feature of academic research already. Now, of course, it wouldn't be possible to model with current IT infrastructure to model or create digital twins for every human being in the country. But what happens if you want to create a digital twin for perhaps some people of interest, maybe people that are involved in campaign groups or in activism in some way, with a view to either working out what would be the best way to change people's behaviors, or at least to try to analyze what actions they might be taking in the future. So there are a couple of aspects to this. One is how they analyze changing behaviors in human beings, but also how they analyze the potential for, shall we say, pre-crime and thought crime, and things that people haven't actually done but may, in the digital metaverse, be considered as being a likely outcome. I think this is an extremely dangerous direction to be heading in, and we'll keep reporting on this in the coming days and weeks. Charles, let's bring you back then and come on to the Holocaust Memorial.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, this is something I covered at the end of last year. The very bizarre and somewhat underhand process by which the government is pushing forward plans for a Holocaust memorial in the Victoria Tower Gardens to the south of the Palace of Westminster. Now, an update on this. First of all, the controversy continues. The architect of the entire scheme, Daniel Libeskind, has suggested that even he thinks that it might be the wrong site for it. Following the report that I gave a couple of months ago, many people wrote in to refer specifically to the Imperial War Museum and the Holocaust galleries that it holds there. So I've been in touch with the Imperial War Museum to find out exactly what it is that they have to say about this. I was interested to know as to whether the government had been in touch, bearing in mind proximity. And I've heard back from the press office. The Imperial War Museum's position is such. They welcome the UK Holocaust Memorial Foundation's commitment to preserving the memory of the Holocaust with the initiative for a Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre. We support the commitment to stand up against anti-Semitism, prejudice and hatred, as well as supporting existing organisations across the UK to continue to advocate the importance of learning about the Holocaust for generations to come. Okay, fair enough. They go on to say, we are grateful to the Foundation for generously sharing its plans for the Memorial and Learning Centre located less than a mile from Imperial War Museum London at Victoria Tower Gardens. We're in discussions with them on the thematic exhibition within the Learning Centre to ensure that the curation and narrative does not replicate IWM's own Holocaust galleries and digitally enabled learning suite. So I think they're being very diplomatic, but the highlighted text there really seems to suggest that the Imperial War Museum have taken the common sense view that to put an almost identical memorial in a completely inappropriate site less than a mile away is complete and utter madness. And that's before we even get into the political ramifications of doing such. The map here just shows the proposed site on the left or the west of the picture and the existing site. They really are that close together. And exactly how a government department would suggest a Holocaust centre is going to be so markedly different to what the Imperial War Museum has as to justify its existence on land that is specifically protected from such developments is certainly a mystery if one follows due process. But this goes further, and really I think the politicisation of war memorials or of the dead, and indeed capitalising on these situations, is something Jeremy Hunt's taken up. In his budget speech last week, he has said that as we mourn the tragic loss of life in Israel and Gaza, the Prime Minister reminded us last week of the need to fight extremism and heal divisions. So I start today by remembering the Muslims who died in 2 world wars in the service of freedom and democracy. And it's amazing to see that he has sort of suggested that had the Prime Minister not mentioned it, he wouldn't necessarily have thought of any Muslims that had died in those wars, being nearly 80 years ago. We need a memorial to honour them. So following representations from the Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove and others, I've decided to allocate £1 million towards the cost of building one. Whatever your faith or colour or class, this country will never forget the sacrifices made for our future. So what's this all about? Why is he doing it? Well, the announcement in the King's speech last year about the Holocaust Memorial seemed very much to capitalise on what happened in Israel and subsequently on October the 7th last year. So it looks like Jeremy Hunt is either seeking to sow division or score political capital, or, as he refers to, flush out people that can be described as extremists. But furthermore, he's also suggesting, which I think is totally disingenuous, that Muslims were fighting as Muslims and not as nationals of the particular country that they were fighting from. And I think this is something that really should be pointed out and sort of stopped. So just to highlight how things have been done to date or were done at the time, the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, which has responsibility for all the graveyards of soldiers or combatants of all faiths. I just illustrate here. Here is a grave of, or a headstone rather, of a Christian soldier with a cross at the bottom of it, and here we see Muslim and Jewish graves. So to suggest that there's the necessity for something other than this is frankly an overstatement, and as I say, seems to have behind it nothing more than political opportunism and disingenuity.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Now let's move on back to the UK and assisted dying. We were talking about this on Monday's programme, the fact that Emmanuel Macron had decided to bring in legislation in France. If we just quickly he was bringing this legislation in France, and we talked about this on Monday's programme. Well, Keir Starmer was being interviewed by ITV News yesterday, and as part of that interview, he made a telephone call to Esther Rantzen, and he said this.
We are going to commit to this. I'm personally committed to it because, as you know, the current law is a complete prohibition ban on assisted suicide, and then it's left essentially and in reality to the chief prosecutor, so me when I was sitting in that role for 5 years, to decide which cases go forward and which don't, and I tried to get that right in all the cases I saw. But that's not a very good way of doing it. It ought to be for Parliament to decide, but I'm personally in favour of changing the law. I can give you my commitment, Esther, absolutely, that if we are privileged enough to win the election, then we will make time for this vote. It'll be a conscience vote, obviously. But that's why cross-party support is going to be really important.
So that is the position of Keir Starmer, and let's face it, he is likely to become the next Prime Minister. So we've got to be prepared for that. And if you feel that assisted dying is not something that you want to see being made routine in the UK, then it's time to start campaigning on that pretty soon. Okay, we got to finish, but we're just going to end with this because I saw this doing the rounds of social media, and I thought it was quite appropriate. So, okay, we're talking about Ireland here. So the headline is on the graphic: Ireland will change forever depending on who you vote for. Lots and lots of countries with elections coming up at the moment, UK included. But if we scroll on down this, they're comparing the political parties. So on the left hand, they've got the Independents, the Irish Freedom Party, Liberty Republic, and so on. And on the right side, they've got mainstream parties like Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Green Party, Labour Party, Social Democrats, and so on. And they're looking at the sort of positions of those parties. So the independent candidates and the various other smaller parties being pro-rights, pro-privacy, pro-freedom, pro-cash, pro-culture, neutrality, ownership, sovereignty, freedom of speech, and so on. And on the right-hand side, the mainstream parties being against rights, against privacy, against freedom, against cash, against culture, neutrality, ownership, sovereignty, freedom of speech, and the rest. I just thought that was a really interesting comparison. I think it's something that applies equally to the UK, to the many EU countries, if not all EU countries, certainly to the United States. I'm not seeing anybody standing in the presidential election who's going to be any different to the parties on the right-hand side. And we might want to consider that whenever we're looking for a candidate to vote for in the coming general election in the UK. It is a good point, well made, I thought. So anyway, we've got to leave it there for today. I'm going to say thank you very much to Charles and Vanessa for joining me today. Thank you all for watching. We'll be back in a few minutes if you're a UK Column member for some UK Column News Extra. Otherwise, don't forget No Smoke Without Fire at 1 p.m. tomorrow. And we'll be back for the news on Friday with Debbie and Ben as usual. See you then. Bye-bye.
Every single drop of rain is now contaminated from the North Pole to the South Pole to the top of Mount Everest and everywhere in between. Not opinion, theory, conjecture, or hypothesis. Extensive testing, proven fact. First headline from CleanTechnica.com. Cloudy with a chance of plastics. Microplastics are everywhere. Quote, the average person inhales a credit card amount of microplastics every week. That's according to new research, which also states, quote, the plastic we breathe in stays in. Nanoparticles are extremely bioavailable and bioaccumulative, easily absorbed and extremely difficult to expel. For the record, polymer nanofibers are a primary element listed in climate engineering patents. Here's one example. U.S. patent number 631521B1/EN. Method of modifying weather. Abstract. A method for artificially modifying the weather by seeding rain clouds of the storm with suitable cross-linked aqueous polymers. The polymer is dispersed into the cloud and the wind of the storm agitates the mixture, causing the polymer to absorb the rain. This reaction forms a substance which precipitates to the surface below, thus diminishing the cloud's ability to rain. And who cares how bad it contaminates the environment? Climate engineering elements like aluminum nanoparticles are desiccants, thus diminishing and dispersing precipitation as well, which can then be steered to other regions where it comes down in a deluge.
For 7 years, I was working undercover as a spy, and I needed to know how to manipulate, how to live and operate without ever being detected, and how to collect secrets.
Okay, I've got so many questions.
Andrew Bustamante.
He's a former CIA officer
who uses spy skills
to teach anyone how to master their mind, talents, and potential in business and everyday life.
When I left CIA, I realized that I could use CIA skills to succeed in business. One of the first things you should want to learn is how do I know if I'm being lied to? As an example, bad liars, that is one of the biggest tells of an unskilled liar. Next, people have 4 basic core motivations: reward, ideology, coercion, and ego. And if you can speak to somebody through the lens of their ideology, you can get them to do incredible things.
Perception versus perspective. What's that?
90% of the people out there, they're all trapped in their own perception and thinking emotionally. And emotions are very likely wrong. So CIA trains us to recognize and distrust our perception. And there's 2 really quick things that you can do. Next, SADRAT. It's an acronym. And all of our marketing, all of our human interactions falls into the same SADRAT process that I learned at CIA, because the human condition is so predictable. So SADRAT stands for SADRAT, and it's the reason my company has grown 300% every year for the last 3 years.
I want to know more. Was there any situations where you felt your life was at risk? What do you think about what's going on at the moment with geopolitics? Do you think we're already engaged in a form of World War III? And then why are you going to try and leave America in 2027? It's absolutely crazy to me that so many of you have decided to watch our show, and so many of you have decided to subscribe to our show. We now have 5 million subscribers on YouTube, which is a number that I just can't comprehend, and it's a dream that I absolutely never could have had. We started the Diary of a CEO just over 3 years ago now, and in my wildest expectations, we might have had 100,000 subscribers by now. So you can imagine how shocked I am that so many of you have chosen to tune into these conversations every week and spend some time with us. So thank you. And I made a deal with you. I made a deal that if you subscribe to this show, that we would continue to raise the bar. And in 2024, we're going to raise the bar like never before. I've been working for the last 9 months on a surprise for all of you.
Anyone can see that America is barreling towards a major turning point in the 2020.
UFOs are real, burgeoning, and not going away. I am your intrepid host, L.A. Marzulli. Welcome to a very special presentation of a UFO update. I think you'll find this very interesting. So this is our lead story. Very, very interesting, yes. Pentagon finds no evidence of alien technology, a new UFO report. We'll get into that and so much more, but first, a word from our trusted sponsor. Folks, have you taken a good look at the banks lately? On the surface, everything seems fine, but there seems to be a whole lot more going on underneath. It's like looking under the hood of a car and finding a mess of broken wires and parts. The parts are loans for homes, cars, and those credit cards we all use. Folks, they're hitting record highs. It's kind of scary when you think about it. Why risk your money for a tiny 5% return when things are so shaky? This is where Noble Gold Investments can help. They're like that friend who knows all about keeping money safe. They suggest gold and silver, oldies but goodies in the financial world. Plus, they've got a sweet deal, a free quarter-ounce gold standard coin this month if you qualify. Pretty good stuff, right? If you're curious, just give them a call at 877-646-5347. It's just a chat, no pressure. They'll help you figure out if gold and silver are right for you. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Once again, the number 877-646-5347. Folks, we've invested in Noble Gold, and quite frankly, I'm glad we did. I'm going to read the article in toto, and then I will weigh in on it. My inbox basically blew up over the weekend. LA, what's going on? It seems like they're backpedaling. That's exactly what's going on. It's but I'll get into the punchline in just a little bit. So once again, here's the headline. Pentagon finds no evidence of alien technology in new UFO report. Pentagon Press Secretary Air Force Major General Patrick Ryder speaks during a briefing at the Pentagon on Tuesday. Okay, so here we go. The Pentagon says it found no evidence of extraterrestrial spacecraft in a new report reviewing nearly 8 decades of UFO sightings. I find that very hard to believe, but let's continue. The 63-page unclassified document published on Friday is the most comprehensive report the Pentagon has produced on the topic, and yet another instance in which it has batted down claims of alien spaceships. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, I just love these anagrams that they use. It's like I'm really going to remember that, right? All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, issued the report, which covers claims of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP. Notice they do call them UFOs, but the vernacular in the present day is UAP. The military's terms for UFOs. Let me read that sentence again. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO, issued the report which covers claims of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, the military's term for UFOs. Like that little bait and switch there. Dating from 1945 through October 2023, the AARO was created in 2022 to identify and resolve reports of UAPs/UFOs. AARO has found no evidence that any U.S. government investigation, academic sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. We have to get back to that in just a second. Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder said in a statement Friday, all investigative efforts conclude that most sightings were ordinary objects, here we go, the result of misidentification. Many of these sightings turned out to be drones, weather balloons, oh God, I love that, spy planes, satellites, rockets, and planets, according to the report. The report dismisses some of the most explosive claims in a July congressional hearing, in which former military officials claim the government is concealing from the public what it knows about UFOs. In one account, a former Air Force intelligence officer alleged the government has long operated a covert problem in which it has reverse engineered recovered UFO vessels. To date, AARO has found no verifiable evidence for claims that U.S. government and private companies have access to or have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology, Ryder said in a comment. The office plans to publish a second volume of the report later this year that covers findings from the interviews and research done between November 23 and April 24th. The Pentagon. So here we go. So this is what I think is happening. We know in the Roswell 1947 crash, we know, first of all, that something did crash. We know that Jesse Marcel Sr. was absolutely above board. He was not drinking. He was not some sort of a crackpot who was looking for attention. He was the intelligence officer of the 509th Bombing Group. The 509th is the Air Force, at that time it was Army Air Force, that dropped the bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. These guys were stationed in Roswell. It's all in the film. 2 films, lamarzulli.net or streaming.lamarzulli.net. Check it out. But wait till this is done before you do that. Marcel, the intelligence officer, went out to the debris field with Mac Brazel. He gathered up some of that debris and took it back to his wife and son, woke them up at a very early hour in the morning, like 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning, and showed them the material and said, what you are looking at, you'll probably never see again. This is from a craft from another world. Walter G. Haut had an affidavit that was only to be opened and read after he was dead, which is exactly what happened. It's a completely contradictory story than what we have here. Completely different in every aspect. Because, unfortunately, General Patrick Ryder is saying none of this has occurred. And I'll get into that in just a little bit, how he can make a statement like that and be justified. Because everything is compartmentalized. So he's telling you what he knows. He's the spokesperson. But David Grush, who was the whistleblower in July, stated what he knew at the congressional hearing. And he stated that these were interdimensional entities. So when Ryder states that no evidence of extraterrestrial technology, in some ways, is it a word game? Could be. Does he know about David Grush? More than likely, absolutely, in my opinion. There's no way to vet that unless we could sit down with Major General Ryder, which I'm sure is not going to happen anytime soon. But he's more than welcome to come on, and I would love to interview the man. By the way, I have interviewed generals before and got the same sort of doublespeak. But one general, and I'll tell you the story in a little bit, I caught him. And I'll tell you the story. But I digress, so it else is known. But the bottom line is this, that he can say that because everything is compartmentalized. So Arrow only knows what it gets, all right? We don't know the actual information, the actual cases that it says. It gives you this whole thing from 1945 to 2023, but have those cases been cherry-picked? We don't know that. Why would David Grush come on the record in Congress under oath and state that the United States government has in its possession craft that have been retrieved from wreckage? Why is it that the Roswell films that we did, when we sit down with innumerable witnesses all over the place, all stating on the record that the wreckage from the craft was taken to Hangar 84. And then, of course, in the debris field, we are in Hangar 84, and we're talking about it. And we're just doing a discovery. Last week we posted, or 2 weeks ago, we posted an interview I did with a gentleman when I was in Lubbock, Texas. His grandmother, I told you about this before, but I need to reiterate it. Why? Because we have new people coming in. This gentleman's grandmother was working for the Army Air Force basically all her life, lived in Roswell most of her life. And she's about a month away from dying. And she's with her grandson, and he's driving the car, and they're going around the old Air Force base. And Hangar 84 is surrounded by a fence. We got in, and that's all in the film, and I'll leave it at that. So he jokingly says to her, is Hangar 84 the building that they took the bodies to? She says yes, and he does a double take. He's figuring, well, she's just joking. She's not joking. And then she elaborates. They wouldn't allow us in, but that's where the wreckage and the bodies were kept. Walter G. Haut, in his deathbed affidavit, only to be opened after he's dead and passes, stated on the record that he went into Hangar 84 and he saw the wreckage, and he also saw the bodies under a tarp. The lighting was poor, you couldn't make out a lot of details, but they were there. How many witnesses do we need? How many witnesses do we need before stories like this from General Patrick Ryder just follow their own weight? Plus, we were in the debris field and we found 2 pieces of metal. We found 2 pieces of metal. That metal was buried 6 to 8 inches underground. The metallurgist who looked at it stated to Frank Kimbler and Chuck Zukowski that whatever this came from, whatever it was, underwent some sort of traumatic event, high heat, a crash, whatever, which is exactly what we believe happened in the Roswell event. So let's circle back here. Where is it? I'm trying to find that one sentence. Arrow has found no evidence that any U.S. government investigation, academic sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. If they know it's interdimensional, then he can get away by saying this. And he can look right at the camera and state that it's not extraterrestrial. So he's right, that there is no extraterrestrial technology. I do agree with him. It's interdimensional technology. Anna Paulina Luna stated on the record fairly recently that what David Grush was saying, listen carefully, that it was not extraterrestrial, it was interdimensional. And immediately the reporter, well, what do you mean interdimensional? I mean, and that opens up our wheelhouse and our mission statement to expose the deception of the prince of the power of the air and to herald the return of the King Jesus. And that's what we try to do here constantly. So exposing a deception, people go, well, why do they need craft? Well, why does Jesus need a sword when he appears to Joshua? What is that flaming sword that turns every which way in the garden? See, we've got a truncated view of the supernatural. Technology exists. Technology exists. How do you think a 1,500 mile wide, 1,500 mile long, and 1,500 mile high New Jerusalem descends from the heavenly realm, from another dimension? How does that happen? So, in my opinion, and this is the punchline, the old guard was in charge. This represents perhaps some of the last vestiges of the old guard. The old guard in 1947 put the kibosh on the Roswell UFO report. They got it right. Army recovers flying saucer. That was July 8th. July 9th, General Ramey says, excitement not justified. It's a weather balloon. And Jesse Marcel Sr. is trotted out as a patsy, as the fall guy, and thus begins to cover up. The old guard ran with that story for decades. Commander David Fravor appeared on Tucker Carlson with, at one time, classified footage of the tic-tac-shaped UFO. And I want to thank my good friend Sean C. Green. This is a 3D model. We're going to be selling these on our website fairly soon. Pretty cool, huh? But, and it's based after, on the Bob Lazar sighting. You can see that he's opened up the inside so you can see it. Pretty neat thing. Silver disc. I looked up and saw a dull silver disc. 1917, Fatima. I looked up and saw a dull silver disc, a spinning silver disc. What is that silver disc? It's not the sun. It's not the Mary of the Bible. But once again, I do digress. So here's the deal. The new guard is pushing the agenda forward. People like Commander David Fravor, Luis Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, and others pushing the agenda forward. Leslie Keane, New York Times reporter, and of course we've got other people that have come on the record as well. I think of Nick Pope. So there's a concerted effort to push the narrative that what we're looking at is real. They are not, and I just have to laugh and say this again. Where is it? Hold on, folks. Let me get to there. Yes, they are not. They're not drones, weather balloons, spy planes, satellites, rockets, and planets. Some of them are, and we get that. I mean, people email me with photographs. Oh, hey, look at this. What is this? That's Starlink. That's a whole, Elon Musk satellite deal up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Starlink, and it can fool people because they don't know what they're looking at because they've never seen anything like that before. The bottom line is the cover-up continues. This is the coming great deception. UFOs are real, burgeoning, not going away. The sightings that Commander David Fravor, first of all, let's just back up 2017. That's where the cat came out of the bag. That's the first rung on the disclosure ladder. This is another rung on the disclosure ladder, telling us, nothing to see here, keep moving. How many times have we heard that? How many times have we heard that, right? Just mind your own business, pay your taxes, be a good little citizen, and we'll take care of everything. So this man refutes Colonel Corso the day after Roswell, where he talks about disseminating wreckage, parts of the craft that came out of Roswell to private industry. So Ryder says, no, that never happened. Well, who do we believe? Colonel Corso's deathbed confession or this man here? Is he backpedaling? Is he the old guard trying to keep everything under wraps? In my opinion, that's exactly what we're looking at. The new guard, people like Commander David Fravor, Luis Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Nick Pope, and others, are saying that the phenomenon is absolutely real. David Fravor went on the record on Tucker Carlson, and Carlson stated, or asked him the question, in your opinion, what was this? What do you think this was? And Fravor looks right at the camera. Whatever this was not from this earth. He's right. Is it extraterrestrial? In my opinion, absolutely not. Is it interdimensional? In my opinion, absolutely so. These are the fingerprints of the fallen one. This is the coming great deception. Folks, I can't say it enough. Call to action. Please go to our site. If you've got a DVD player and you want to watch the DVDs, this is the deep dive. This is investigative journalism to the nines. We go places. We talk to people. We're not just in the library. Library is important. And the Lord knows I have done my homework when it comes to Roswell. I've been reading about that since I was a kid. And the first books were published by Charles Berlitz decades ago. And I had them all in my library, which burned. So sad. So the bottom line, folks, for me, is that this is old guard, old school, and he's very careful at what he says. But then you've got Fravor and Luis Elizondo and Christopher Mellon and all the rungs of disclosure going up. This is the old guard pushing back against the new guard and saying, hey, not so fast, citizen. You're not going with this. And that's my take on it. So LAMarzulli.net to order the DVDs or streaming.LAMarzulli.net. Are you aware that we have 8 films? We are the only Christian ministry on the planet that has 8 films on the burgeoning UFO phenomena, 1 through 8. My business partner and co-director and co-producer, Gil Zimmerman, will be here on the 21st. We're putting the final touches on 9 and 10. Those will probably be released the end of April. More about that in the coming weeks ahead. Thanks so much for watching. Please check out our website. Check this stuff out, folks. We are the tip of the spear. There are others who talk about it. But in my opinion, and I'm boasting, I totally get it, with all due respect to other researchers, we are the tip of the spear. We've got 8 films on it. And we do a deep dive into cattle mutilations, which a lot of people, some people don't even want to talk about. The abduction phenomena, where people are taken. Implants, that's in our Watchers series, number 7 and number 8. It's all there. It's absolutely all there. Crop circles, our film on crop circles. And finally, the 2 films on Roswell. Our book, Further Evidence, deals with further evidence, people coming on the record. My gosh, what are you waiting for? I will be in Arkansas this coming week, and then later on in April, I'll be in 2 places. Once in Oklahoma. Go to the website, LAMarzulli.net. It's all there. I will be in Guthrie, Oklahoma, which is right off the 35 north of Edmond, where we used to live. So I'll be in Guthrie with Mondo Gonzalez, Lee Brainerd, and Nick Garcia. So check us out. We're going to be there. Can't wait for that. Then in April, it's just me. I'll be down at the Calvary Church in Jupiter, and can't wait to see all the folks again. Last time we had, 600 or 700 people on a Friday night. That's unbelievable. And I know the views are up well over 160,000 for that first primer. Anyway, folks, thanks so much for watching. Please remember, when you see stories like this, weigh them in the balance. Weigh them against David Grush, Commander David Fravor, Luis Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Nick Pope, and others who have come on the record. People like myself, people like Tom Horn, Gary Stearman, Dr. I.D.E. Thomas. It's all there. The phenomenon is real, and we believe it originates from another dimension, not another planet. UFOs are real, burgeoning, and not going away. Thanks for watching.
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection. Late this afternoon, a bulletin from New Mexico suggested that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers may soon be solved. Army Air Force officers reported that one of the strange discs had been found and inspected sometime last week. Our correspondents in Los Angeles and Chicago have been in contact with Army officials endeavoring to obtain all possible late information. Joe Wilson reports to us now from Chicago. The Army may be getting to the bottom of all this talk about the so-called flying saucers. As a matter of fact, the 509th Atomic Bomb Group headquarters at Roswell, New Mexico, reports that it has received one of the discs, which landed on a ranch outside Roswell. The disc landed at a ranch at Corona, New Mexico, and the rancher turned it over to the Air Force. Rancher W. W. Grizzell was the man who discovered the saucer. Colonel William Blanchard of the Roswell Air Base refuses to give details of what the flying disc looks like.
아, 귓구멍 아파.
Why is no one talking about August 19th, 2024? That's the deadline my research has identified.
There was one program in particular that terrified my client the most. A simple 3-stage maneuver that could topple a country's government from within. First stage was isolation. Disable their communication and transportation. Make the target as deaf, dumb, and paralyzed as possible. Setting them up for the second stage. Synchronized chaos. Terrorize them with covert attacks and misinformation. Overwhelming their defense capabilities, leaving their weapon systems vulnerable to extremists in their own military. Without a clear enemy or motive, people would start turning on each other. Done successfully, the third stage would happen on its own. What's the third stage? A coup d'etat. Some war.
What's up, guys? I'm back. I was sick for a few days, just a cold. I beat it with ginger and turmeric, which when you mix them together is like drinking fire. But I got a cold. It is what it is. You go from Florida to Texas to Nevada to California, you know, you're going to get a cold. And I did. It was no big deal. I dealt with it. The only thing that sucked was like I was a little hot. You know, moving around, I got really hot. It sucked, but it is what it is. But what I did do was I watched Leave the World Behind again and again with a very critical eye. And this sucks to do. I really wish I was just making video on all my travels and all the interesting stuff, but I can't keep this out of my head. I had literally given up on making videos. First of all, because they censored the stuffing out of me. How many YouTubers do you know that had a main channel? 5 channels total, but their main channel had 450,000 subscribers, and they were demonetized the entire time because they wouldn't play the game. They wouldn't shut up. We're living in a crazy time right now, and if you recall, years and years ago, when I put up that John Hopkins University professor saying that transgenderism, cutting off your penis and installing a vagina, wasn't a thing. It was mental disorder. And I said back then, they're going to push this until it's just rammed down our throats. Well, we're here. Every time there's been a major event, they've warned us. It's the cosmic rules. They can't pull anything on us unless they tell us. Whether we see it or accept it are two largely different things. So let's get into this. I just posted this on Jailbreak. After 5 years, I actually caught a cold, so it slowed me down a bit. But for the next month, make sure you carry earplugs, fire, water filtration, a blanket of some sort, some type of food, protein bars, self-defense, whatever you've got. A plan to regroup with family, etc. if there are no phones, etc. Feel free to add in the comment section. And one of the biggest comments I got was, why the earplugs? Well, because of this, okay? When they posted this freaked me out. I've been watching the sky since I was a little kid, you know what I mean? No big deal. I've been watching the sky since I was 9. Never once have I seen something like this. Schedule errands and appointments early. Have communications planned with family and friends. Have cash on hand. When in the world ever does the system, especially in the last 5 years, tell you to have cash? They've done everything in their power to make sure you don't use cash anymore because they want to go to the social credit system after they wipe out a bunch of us. And when I say after they wipe out a bunch of us, it's after they convince us to wipe out a bunch of us. And they're telling you, if you don't hear it, I don't know what to say, but they've told you. This movie, Leave the World Behind, was brought to you by Barack and Michelle Michael Obama. When in the world ever has an ex-president made a movie like this that literally outlines the exact method and implementation of all the different technologies we've been warning you about for years, specifically 5G? You know what I'm saying? But in this movie, they warn you over and over and over and over again. And what really concerns me about this right here, about the eclipse, is if you watch the beginning of Leave the World Behind, all they're doing is focusing on the sun being eclipsed everywhere. It's 5 times. The sun is eclipsed by the city skyline. The sun is eclipsed by the city skyline right here. This is just the very beginning of the movie. The sun is eclipsed by the building. You see what's going on here? Yeah. This one's taking a while. All right, stand by. At any rate, the very, very beginning of the movie, I made notes. They literally Leave the World Behind, very beginning, focuses on the sun eclipsing over and over and over and over again. That's your biggest hint right there, because for the normal sheep, they're already getting nervous that the eclipse is going to something. The eclipse doesn't do anything. The moon passing in front of the sun doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. It makes it dark out for a little while, and people usually go outside and take pictures. But this one is different. And then, of course, you add things like this to the mix. Now, this is just plain common sense. I mean, I went all the way to the Mexican border to see this for myself, and it is indeed true. These guys are literally flying these people from all over the place. Before the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, the FBI issued warnings about the Iranian assassin preparing to kill former and current U.S. officials. At the same time, New York City deployed National Guard soldiers with machine guns across subway stations. They're also deploying National Guards in Oakland. We got National Guards being deployed all over the country because of the problems we're having with the laws. They're defunding the police. They're making stealing, doing drugs. They're making things that are illegal now legal, and the problem, solution, is bringing the National Guard. We're literally living in a third world country right now. If it isn't to your neighborhood yet, don't worry, because it's coming. On Tuesday morning, the head of the FBI told the Senate Intelligence Committee that terrorist threats against the U.S. had reached a whole other level. This comes as the migrant invasion facilitated by the Biden administration has flooded the nation with millions of unvetted folks from third world countries, some of whom deeply hate America. You know who deeply hates America? All the politicians. It doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden. I don't know what to tell you. Trump has repeatedly said that he's a Zionist and he supports Israel over anything else. A Zionist means Israel over everyone else. Well, do you remember what country we live in? Because Israel is right there. It's right there. I mean, and when you draw this on the back of a dollar, it points to MASONS, the Freemasons. Do you see what I'm saying? It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's the Star of Rembrandt. Israel is not our friend. Israel is not anybody's friend. Ashkenazi Jews have destroyed the world for the most part. So there is that. So now, let me tell you what. Preparing for a civil war, which is exactly what they're going to do. They're setting the stage right now. Our country is flooded with millions of people, and it's not like we've got people coming to the border saying we need help, and we go, okay, come on in, but you got to do this first. You got to sign these papers. We got to vet you. That's not what's happening. Our government, the powers that be, they're doing this to other countries, not just us. This is happening all over the world. But the United States is currently, every single large city is being flooded with people that don't belong here, and almost all of them that I saw firsthand, I saw them, I filmed them, are military-age men. That's by design. They're going to bring all these people in, and then they're going to have an event of some sort. And they're going to use all the 5G in whatever else they've got going. And here's something I have never once seen before. I saw this live. Okay, this movie tells you everything you need to know, basically. And it doesn't even sugarcoat it. It puts it straight out there. It puts it straight out there. Self-driving cars that can be, quote-unquote, hacked by North Korea or whatever can block I mean, this is insane. This is totally insane that this movie even came out and more people aren't concerned. Because this is the blueprint. This is exactly how they're going to do it. Looking at this from a military standpoint, this is spot on. This is perfect. This is how they're going to do it. But this is what I found in my travels recently. The amount of chemtrailing that's been going on, the spraying of heavy metals and whatever else, nanoparticulates, self-replicating things, whatever, who knows, is off the hooks. I've never seen it this bad. So much so that I was recording it constantly because it was just getting worse and worse and worse all over the Midwest, all the way down to Florida, to Texas, etc. And then, of course, you got this. And don't forget about the 5G because I caught this and couldn't believe it. Holy cow. So I'm down here. I'm about 30 miles from Eagle Pass at the Mexican border. The place that's in the news all day, every day now. And I just realized, as soon as I got here, I didn't feel good. I mean, Raph just came on me like that. I turned on my 5G meter, and it is off the charts. I've never seen numbers this high ever. It's in the quadruple digits. I mean, that's insane. I've never seen anything like that before, ever. The second I turned it on, it started beeping. Watch, I'll show you. Watch this. No, oh, there it is. There it is. .200 is acceptable for humanity. And what does that say? 1335? I've never seen numbers that high, ever at all. So it would appear that our federal government is probably liberally dosing the National Guard and the people of Texas. I knew this was going to happen. I just pulled over. Just drank an Alka-Seltzer because that's my answer to everything. If something bad happens, I don't feel good. Alka-Seltzer. And this thing is still beeping. Beeping. It makes your heart, makes you feel like you're having heart palpitations. How about that? I've never seen numbers that high. I know the footage sucks, but I mean, you're looking at numbers that are 2202 point. According to them, 0.200 is the threshold. This was at 2202 point. I've never seen numbers in the thousands, but that's what's going on. That's what these guys are doing. This 5G is now up and running, and, you know, this is no joke, man. Check out these things. Take a look at that tower right there. They're absolutely everywhere down here. After the first one gave me palpitations and I broke out the 5G meter, I turned around. I made it about 50 miles up the highway, and I just couldn't do it. I had to turn around. So I'm guessing the feds are jamming this entire place with incredibly bad frequencies because I just showed them on the meter. It's insane out here. I've never seen such a thing. So I'm in Upland, California right now. I had to go to a buddy of mine's house to pick up a delivery of parts for my truck because I had issues with the truck again. It is what it is. But I'm in a $98 hotel room in Upland, and it's a bad neighborhood out there, but it is what it is. I can swim in those waters if I have to. At any rate, I've never seen these guys warning us like they're warning us now. And you know what? I hope it doesn't happen, but it is. I mean, it is what it is. It's common sense. Our own government is literally openly and out in public committing treason to the point where the FBI has to say, we've never been at a threat level like this. And then you see stupid things like this right here. I've never seen this in my life. There's too many things that have never happened before for us to not take notice. You know what I'm saying? When you leave your house, act like you're leaving your house forever. Because it could happen it will happen in the blink of an eye. We never saw 9/11 coming. After the fact, we knew all about it. Took a couple of years, but we figured it out. But they were telling us constantly, and we didn't catch it. Nobody caught it. Well, now They're just making movies about it. No big deal. Nothing to see here, folks. All is well. Who cares? No issues. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen them warning us like this whatsoever at all. At all, at all. That's creepy. But I mean, the radiation, the microwave, all that stuff, cover your ears. Some way to cover your ears. I carry earplugs with me at all times. It's a company called Decibels. You can get them on Amazon for like $24 or something like that. And you literally put them in boiling hot water and mold them to your ears. And I carry them at all times. I carry biblical scripture and earplugs at all times in my pockets on my person. It sucks warning over and over and over again, but I got to repeat this. After 15 years doing this, I have never seen this many red flags in my entire life. So when they knock down the power and they begin this entire thing, we've got millions of people that were brought here by our government, not for votes. They don't give a shit about votes. Joe Biden didn't win by people voting, okay? Joe Biden is Obama's front man, period. And it's pretty obvious. Joe Biden's like a hand puppet that Obama controls from the background. Obama is the one. I've been telling you this for years. He is the one. He's the one that put this movie out. He's the one that had to tell you. He had to tell you. And here it comes, man. It's absolutely coming. No two ways about it. When? I don't know. But I can't help but notice at the very beginning of this movie, all they keep showing is the sun being eclipsed by buildings, city line. You see what I mean? Notice that? I didn't catch that the first time around. But all they keep showing is the sun being eclipsed. That's a big warning, in my opinion. And then you tie that to this because they can just blame it on anything. And then once the communications and everything are down, which they've been testing for the last several weeks, large amounts of the United States at once, losing internet, cell phone coverage here, there, and everywhere, all the different carriers, yeah, that's called testing the system because they need to make sure they knock us out but keep their comms up. It's never been done before, not on a scale like this. Taking over the entire world is a lot of planning. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what they've been doing. And if you were smart, get your money out of the bank because the bank's going to be the first thing to go. I've been showing you the national debt for 11 years now, and I've never seen it this high. And for 11 years, I've been telling you it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. They're going to keep running it up because they're never going to pay the bill. They're never going to pay the bill. It's just printed paper anyway, so who cares? Gold and silver, they knock it down. You might keep going for another year or two. Who knows how this is going to work? We've never done this before. But if you've actually got gold and silver in your hand, because you notice that all the coins aren't worth anything. They're made out of garbage metal that don't matter at all. Get your money out of the bank, and at least you'll have something to trade with, to live off of, because who knows how long. At any rate, if you want to do that, use this link. Nobody here has complained. Nobody's had an issue. I've been using these guys for about, 2 years, year and a half maybe. Had no issues. No issues, other than some people just didn't, they couldn't apply for it for whatever reason. There was like 3 people. Get your money out of the bank because we have no clue how long this is going to take. And these people are openly mocking us. They are telling us they are doing what we've been warning about for years. They're not even hiding it anymore.
For 5 of these areas that are going to be you'll see a list of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed. I'm going to sit there because I have the right roof on them. And anyway, since I took office, Phoenix Fire Texas because of for 5 of these areas that are going to be you'll see a list of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed. I'm going to sit there because I have the right roof on them.
Even with the President of the United States literally saying that, Joe Biden's not smart enough to say that on his own. He was told to say that. They are telling you every time you turn around. They're using directed energy. Directed energy is pinpoint. I can be driving down the highway and they could nuke me and I'd never know it. You know what I mean? They're telling you. It's the externalization of the revelation where they finally just tell you everything. It's happened. It's happened. They can't warn you any more than this. You see the I don't watch television, but if you have a television, the movie Civil War coming this spring. Civil War coming this spring. Yeah, here we go. Be ready or don't. I have given up my entire reputation as a grown man to everyone. I'm a conspiracy theorist. He's the guy that thinks they're spraying the skies. He thinks the earth is flat. He doesn't think we went to the moon. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Well, you know what? I have a lonely life, I'll tell you that. I spend a lot of time alone, but I grew up like that. My entire life makes sense when I look back at everything right now. I'm not married, I don't have kids, and I'm on my own. And all I've got is warning you guys. If you want to take I'd rather be prepared and not need it than need it and not be prepared. Richard from Boston. I'm out.
Hey, it's Jonathan Otto, and you're currently watching episode 10 of Cancer Secrets Brain Drain, the root causes of mood disorders and neurodegenerative syndromes. Brain-related health conditions are becoming more and more common. When we think of their root causes, we often think of toxic relationships or stress, but there is often more than meets the eye. The foods that we consume are considered one of the biggest risk factors for neurological decline. It influences our brain health so much that consumption of all these wrong foods can cause chronic inflammation in the brain or even oxidative stress, leading to depression and anxiety and even Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Some of these include processed foods, sugary snacks, and even red and processed meats. In this episode, join me as our top and world-renowned experts share their insight as to how environmental toxins, stress, trauma, relationships, and food can all contribute to the onset or progression of neurological conditions. Tell me, Chad, about your story. What happened to you? What was your diagnosis? And then what happened?
Yeah, so I had a cough in 2022, January of 2022. Hold on, I had to do the math all of a sudden. Yeah, January of 2022. Had a cough, ended up being COVID. And I was like, okay, kept coughing into February, looked up things. I was like, oh, long COVID cough could last a while. I was like, okay, sounds good, whatever, it'll go away. Then in like April, early April, late March, early April, I found bumps on my neck, so my lymph nodes were swollen. By the time you do all the CT scans and the review and all these things, finally somebody is like, oh shit, maybe it's cancer. And so that July comes around, and that's where they finally like, yeah, this is actually 80% lung cancer, and not just like a pneumonia. And so got a bronchoscopy in July of 2022, confirmed that it's an EGFR mutation. Lung tumor was 5 times the average size that the bronchoscopist had seen. 29 lesions, 30 lesions in the brain. It's in my lymph nodes, in my spine. And then I got put on Tagrisso, and that worked pretty quickly.
Tagrisso is what?
Yeah, it's the TKI, the EGFR specific medication. And so that reduced the lesions from 30 to 9 in about a 6-week time span. So it's basically, it did its job, but not fully. So yeah, now I have it. I still have it in my lungs, but it's, it's much less, it's much smaller. I have 9 lesions in the brain now. There's discrepancy on that too. And some questionable things happening as of Monday. So there's some patchy grayness in the upper left lobe, and so that's, the first thing the oncologist is going to say is like, it looks like we're getting a new mutation or something happening. Cancer is growing in the upper left lobe. At the same time, I had pneumonia, or I had some type of, I had something pretty severe. So the question is it pneumonia related, or is it new cancer? So that's kind of where that's what the news I got on Wednesday. So I'm processing through saying, well, if it's more cancer in the upper left lung, is it a different mutation? Is it something else? Or is it just pneumonia? And is it still showing on the scan? So I got to go through that process. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
How has this been for you, Chad, emotionally?
I was really good until the last 48 hours. It's been ups and downs, but I think the most important thing has been understanding neuroplasticity and being able to rewire some of the thoughts I have, because 99.8% of this entire thing is definitely is mental and emotional. And if I can't control those thoughts, I'm learning stuff, by the way. I'm not a scientist. I'm a sales scientist. Learning about this idea that your thinking can produce the chemical changes in your body to feel the way you're thinking. So if I feel angry towards you, or I think angry thoughts towards you, all of a sudden I can start feeling them. And so when I think about things in my experience here where it's going south, that's a problem, right? Because then I feel that and I feel shitty, I feel depressed or whatever. But when I rewire the thoughts in my brain and I rewire them to things that are something else, then that's when my emotional state changes and I'm able to basically withstand the onslaught that is this experience. So I've been focusing a lot on the neuroplasticity side of things.
It's awesome, man. And just for anyone that goes through a diagnosis like this, or when you originally get the news, or you're married, how long have you been married?
11 years.
Amazing. Yeah, same as I'm at 10 years. You're a year ahead, and so you got someone else that's kind of in your world, and they've got to deal with the news too. Their life changes as well. What's it all like, man? How's it feel?
I don't wish this on my worst enemy. I don't have any enemies, but if I had some, like, your ability to withstand it, like I said, to rewire it, that's the key, because the mind is where this experience changes and how you view it. So I keep coming back to that, because it's not just like think positive thoughts, because I can sit here and I can say, I'm going to be this great surfer this week. And if I say it, right, like that's a surface level thought. But if I'm able to actually start basically, for lack of a better term, just rewire it versus just saying it. And a lot of times saying it will help you rewire it, but how far down can you go? Because what happens is like you get these subconscious automatic thoughts that you don't realize are happening. And those are the ones that are undermining the healing. And so that's why I've been really working on that, because that's what's allowing the experience between my wife and I, and me personally and her personally. Like, it's the only way we can withstand this, because it's hard. It's hard, but it's also a gift, and that's the crazy thing to say, especially when you feel shitty. You're like, it's a gift, but I feel like shit.
Stacey, what do you think? How has this experience been for you?
Well, let's see. How do I unpack that? I often wish I could reverse roles with Chad. Like, I have a lot of cancer in my family, and it was there was this experience of like, you kind of just expect it'll eventually, be you, right? And so kind of like built up this mental fortitude my whole life. And then when it was Chad, I was like, it wasn't supposed to go this way. right? Like I've been okay with it and thinking, okay, I'm going to try to stay really healthy. So if this hits me, I'll whatever. And then when it was Chad, it was just, it really didn't make sense. And it was like, okay, so I thought it was going to be a certain way. And now we pivot and I'm the caregiver and there's no place I'd rather be. Maybe surfing.
To help with a focus on the significance of diet, particularly fats, Dr. Lewis stresses the importance of brain function for preventing and reversing neurodegenerative diseases.
Dr. Michael Carter, I'm a functional medicine doctor. Have been in practice, let's say for 32 years. However, my journey started as an anesthesiologist, let's say in the medical field. Did that for 16 years and then became a cosmetic surgeon. Did that for about 8 years. Had probably 7 different clinics where myself and my assistant would do these procedures. And my medical history crept up upon me with a long history of glaucoma, very strong family history. My father and several aunts and uncles have glaucoma, and that's a disease of the eye where it can, over time, rob you of your vision. So ultimately that happened to me, even though in the beginning stages it was somewhat controlled by the eye drops that one would get from traditional ophthalmologists, then ultimately followed by various surgical procedures, trabeculectomy, and shunt procedures that were necessary to keep the pressures down. But got to a point where both of those did keep the pressures down. However, the decline in the visual acuity continued. And then that's when I said to myself, there must be something outside of traditional medicine that can address what the root cause of glaucoma is and possibly stop it and reverse it. And then that's how I got into the functional medicine arena. So Dr. Lewis, who's my partner and colleague, I'm co-founder of his company's Real Health Clinics, is the company that's focused on Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and dementia. And he wrote the first book. He and his colleague, Dr. Clement Tremp, who was an ophthalmologist at Harvard, and probably 25, 30 years ago, Dr. Tremp was a pioneer in making the connection between various eye diseases, such as glaucoma and macular degeneration and so forth, with inflammation in the body and subacute infections, such as Lyme and mycoplasma, and etc., and all of these things. So I'm also trained by Dr. Dale Bredesen, who wrote the second series of books on the end of Alzheimer's. And I was, I think, probably one of the first 300 doctors that did his training program, probably now about 8 or 9 years ago. So have been specializing in that realm along with all of the other diseases that are afflicting us. But with Alzheimer's, of course, again, traditional medicine has failed in terms of obviously identifying the root cause and reversing it. And at the end of the day, traditional medicine only offers things like Namenda and Aricept, and of course the new drugs of the day from the pharmaceutical companies that offer very temporary let's say treatment regimens to help slow things down, but none of them have worked at all. But with what Dr. Lewis and Dr. Tremp, along with Dr. Dale Bredesen, found was that as long as you caught Alzheimer's early enough in the, of course, the early mild to moderate stages, that potentially it could be reversed. And autoimmunity, of course, is one of the driving factors, but I would say Dr. Bredesen put it in, these 6 categories, kind of nice, neat categories that would be let's say, the root cause of these neurological diseases, which also includes eye diseases as well. So type 1 is due to inflammation. So, of course, there are a whole host of reasons that one's body can be inflamed. What you're eating, if you're eating an inflammatory diet, which of course is pretty much the standard American diet. So most of us walk around with very high inflammatory markers, but don't know it because guess what? They're not tested by traditional doctors. Things like homocysteine and C-reactive protein and ferritin and fibrinogen and uric acid and all of these different things, which play a critical role in driving pretty much any disease process, actually. But at the end of the day, inflammation can come from environmental factors as well, and so forth. Type 1.5, identified by Dr. Bredesen, is called glycotoxic, and that is type 3 diabetes of the brain. And of course, diabetes is at epidemic proportions, especially in the U.S. and growing at a quite rapid rate in the world. But that is a major driver. Type 2 is called atrophic, and that's due to a paucity of various hormones. So, especially in men, low testosterone; in women, low estrogen levels, hypothyroidism, so low thyroid level, adrenal dysfunction, so low cortisol, etc. So these hormones are very important once they're diminished in the genesis of Alzheimer's as well. Type 3 is toxic, and that's generally due to, let's say, heavy metals such as mercury, aluminum, and other metals. But of course, aluminum being found in a multitude of vaccines, as well as mercury as well. Very, very common cause of the genesis of Alzheimer's, but also from environmental factors. You can get to high levels of these, and including lead and cadmium and other things. Other toxic parameters would, go along with mold and mycotoxins. And unfortunately, probably about 95% of the homes and businesses are actually infested with mold, whether you see it or not. And about 25% of the population is actually very sensitive to the mycotoxins, which are the toxins that mold make, and can make you very, very ill from a whole host of symptomatology. But of course, the genesis of Alzheimer's is one of those manifestations. And again, other environmental toxins, such as glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup, which is pervasive everywhere, and a whole host of other environmental toxins that can push this along. Type 4 is basically low blood flow due to, say, calcium deposition in the arteries. Of course, plaque buildup from cholesterol that, of course, gets attracted there to the walls of the arteries, because the cholesterol is actually trying to heal the damage that the inflammation has caused, which is why cholesterol is there. Not that cholesterol is actually the ultimate enemy when it comes to the genesis of cardiovascular disease. But of course, decreased blood flow to the brain would definitely be an inciting mechanism for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And then type 5 is traumatic, car accidents, sports, and all of these different things causing physical damage. The other thing, kind of going back with the toxic variety, especially what Dr. Tremp elucidated, as the ophthalmologist. And it kind of goes into two categories: type 3 being toxic, type 1 being inflammatory. These subacute infections like the Lyme disease, the mycoplasma, chlamydia, pneumonia, Epstein-Barr virus, herpes virus, all of these different infections also being big drivers, and causing autoimmune conditions as well. The whole leaky gut issue from the foods that we eat, of course, the main offenders being the gluten and dairy of today, causing leaky gut and allowing those food particles that are now considered foreign to the body, because let's say the gluten content is now 50 times higher than it used to be. And of course, the cows have hybridized to make them, make more milk. And of course, they're injected with hormones, and then these cows are fed grains rather than grass. So again, the protein content of the milk now is identified as a foreign invader in the body, and then the body starts making antibodies to it, because the immune system says, wait a second, I can't, I have to attack this, because the body is saying I can't make muscle or bones or nerves or whatever from this food, because it's not food to me anymore. And then that's how the genesis of autoimmunity can occur. Because at the end of the day, due to a process called molecular mimicry, and that's just kind of how it sounds, that molecule of food that you're consuming actually looks magically like some of your body organs. And even if you have leaky gut, it doesn't have to manifest as a GI symptom. It can actually manifest as skin conditions such as psoriasis or eczema, because now the body is attacking your skin mistakenly, thinking it's the food, but your skin can look like it, or your thyroid. So the body is making these antibodies attacking, again, the food that you're eating, but it strangely looks like your thyroid gland. So now you end up with hypothyroidism. Of course, it can attack the islet cells in the pancreas and cause autoimmune form of diabetes. It can attack your brain, causing brain fog, and then ultimately Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, or dementia. So very, unnerving what is happening out there with our food system. But at least we know how to identify these things, eat better, eat cleaner, and, calm the immune system down so that it's not on this high alert. And we can actually, go about reversing some of these disease processes, which traditional medicine is unfortunately all about just giving you pills and other whatever medications to just mask the symptoms.
Hey there, it's Jonathan here, and I'm so excited to bring you episode 10. I'm so glad that you're watching this. Thank you for joining me. I know that the information you're about to learn in this amazing episode will be life-changing, just like the series has been for you. And as we are now completely wrapping this up, if you didn't get the last announcements, we are reminding everyone of all the amazing opportunities that are inside of this amazing Cancer Secrets program. We have for you the silver and gold packages, and there are so many additional gifts and bonuses, and we've actually stacked over $4,500 worth of gifts that you could take advantage of before this episode ends. So if you're watching this right now, if you were curious, if you saw things there that you were interested in, especially with our latest announcements where we have now 11 supplements in total, which is a $580 plus value that you're getting as a free gift, a full 90-day program that targets all these amazing specific areas that are critical for detoxification, which is why it's the Detox, Restore, and Thrive protocol. With this protocol, you can use it in various ways, and it works in various ways. It works to help you to reset your gut health, and this is a critical part of the healing journey. This is a part that we cannot overlook And if you are even simply wanting to be preventative, this is one of the best things that you can do. If you're trying to reverse disease, this is one of the best things that you can do. From that place as well, we can go deeper. We can go after the parasites with the para-free detox. We can then also help with the breaking down of toxins and supporting the digestive health with the digestive enzymes and the serapeptase 40,000 SUs. And then we get into other areas with the immuno mushroom complex with lion's mane, as well as the black seed oil pure, and then the newly announced chemical cleanse vitality support and the Ayurvedic blend. Scroll down to read more about the ingredients and why they're so important and powerful. I've shared this in previous messages with you, and it's important that people read them and look at the clinical studies that back these ingredients and what they do for your body and how they can help support your body deal with the root causes of where the inflammation is coming from and help you uproot the toxic triggers that are driving many of the different problems that we're seeing today. And again, there's a reminder here that this is not designed to treat, cure, prevent, or diagnose in any way cancer. This is a FDA requirement also, but I am making people aware that it's about supporting your body with your body's systems and its natural processes. It's not about trying to kill this or that or prevent this or that. It's about whole body health. It's about cleaning out your system. It's about having a fresh start, and that's why this protocol is so powerful. So some of the wonderful benefits that you're receiving also include our additional masterclasses that we have made available to you. Now, we have 4 amazing masterclasses, and they are as follows. The live expert-led masterclass, Renew, Restore, Reclaim, Regenerative Medicine and Detox Protocols for Long COVID Vaccine Injuries and Parasites. This has a strong cancer focus also. And you also have the Uncensored Expert-led masterclasses, a holistic guide on regenerative medicine for post-vaccine neurological syndromes and brain degeneration, which is 9 modules. The Path to Remission, addressing the root causes of turbo cancers through natural protocols, which is 11 modules. And then Harnessing Light for Health, Red Light Therapy for Whole Body Healing and Long COVID Recovery, Disease Reversal. This is a 10-module masterclass. You're getting all of those for free, and that is over $1,391 of value, which is, as I'm saying, completely free. And one of the exciting things that we have just announced is the 3 brand new trainings, which is the Cleanse and Conquer, the ultimate step-by-step course to detoxing parasites and restoring vitality with Dr. Thomas Lodi, Dr. Daniel Newsom, Dr. Brian Ardis. Then Unlocking Lasting Healing and Expert Training on Chlorine Dioxide with Dr. Ed Group, Dr. Andreas Kalka, and Lisa Rudy Williams, as well as Urotherapy Simplified, a step-by-step guide to harnessing your urine's healing powers with myself, Jonathan Otto, Colleen Seabell Dunn, and Dr. Edward Group. There's $891 of value in just those additional trainings that we've added in key specific areas that we know are critical to help people with. A lot of people are asking about these therapies because they're not taught in many places. And this all goes to show that this resource is something that is so incredibly hard to find, something that people search their whole lives to find. So many people have hoped that they would find something like this, that they would have a program like this, but never got to find what you are watching right now, never knew about these protocols, only knew about maybe a couple of different holistic protocols, maybe even a lot, but not the ones that they needed, and sadly they didn't make it. These are the sad stories that I have actually personally witnessed over the last 10 years since I've been heavily dealing with this subject area, since I worked on The Truth About Cancer. And for me, the work of Cancer Secrets was something that I was reluctant to do. There's a reason why it took so long to produce this series. It's because I didn't want to deal with a terminal life-threatening illness like cancer unless I was certain that I had the solutions, because it's a lot to carry, a lot of weight to carry. Because you put something out there, you're really putting out hope to people. And if you're not the best source and authority on that subject, if you really don't have the best information, then you're doing a disservice, because somebody could have found something else that would have been better. Now you've got potential lives that are on your hands, that are in your mind and conscience. That's how I think about things. Not just to release things because I think it's interesting or because I'm excited about it or I see an opportunity. It's because I see that lives could be helped. And if I don't speak and show people the connections between these things, then I'm going to have to live with that. And that's why I created Cancer Secrets. That's why you're hearing about therapies that there's no other series that are covering these subjects. There's no other summits that are covering these subject areas. There's no one that's bringing these together, bringing these experts together, bringing these therapies together. And that's why this information, this resource, Cancer Secrets, is so powerful. Aside from all the bonuses, aside from all the gifts, the Cancer Secrets series, the 12 episodes, the 12 bonus episodes, and the 50 full-length interviews are irreplaceable, and you need to have this in your home. So my encouragement is for you to have this for yourself, have this for your family. This is a life-saving tool, and it's something that, I wish that everyone had it in their home. I do. I wish that every single person had this. I would love that this somehow could just magically appear in everyone's homes. Wouldn't matter to me whether I had any connection to it. If people were able to simply get this into their homes, I would then feel like my life's work was done. Even if it was outside of me, I don't even care. What I care about is people having this information. I don't want people to go through what they're currently going through, what is coming with the cancer rates rising at the most exponential rates that we have ever seen. And I fear that many people are not taking it seriously enough, the information that we are sharing, and know the importance of having this information and being able to circulate it with your loved ones and make sure that they are up to speed, because their lives are precious. They don't know about this in most cases. Many people in your communities do not know this information even exists, and you have it, you know about it, or you know about it, you have some of it in your mind. But having the resources means that you actually have it. When you own this, you have it, and you are joining the mission to spread this far and wide with me, help others. Even just with your knowledge, it will come up in conversation. How many people do you think you'll meet in your lifetime before all is said and done and your life on this earth is wrapped up? Do you think it would be maybe 100, 200, 300, 500,000, 2,000? How many people do you think you'll meet in passing? How many people do you think you might even be on a either small or live stage in front of, that you will just mention something, share something? What if you actually have your life change because of what we shared, and you come on our series sharing your transformation, and then hundreds of thousands, millions of people hear your story? Then you're part of a mission. You see what? We are all part of a mission. You are certainly a big and critical and key part of this mission. So I encourage you to really show up with that strength and that fortitude of knowing that when you have been given a solemn trust, something that is in your keeping, something that's under your care, it's time to act and respond accordingly. So thank you so much for joining me. Scroll down below, place your order here while it's available before we completely close this down, as we are now on our grand finale episode. We just did that short extension there after we released episode 9. Now we're episode 10. This is a wrap. This is the end of our screening. Thank you so much for joining me. Make sure to grab this while you can before it all closes down. Remember, when you come back later, you'll find that you have missed out on the opportunity to grab all these additional gifts. So if that's something you want, grab it now and don't miss out on that. But of course, if it's something that you're not interested in, no problems at all. Thank you for hearing this out. Thanks for joining me and watching this. But again, for those that really feel like they want this information, now's the time to claim it while it's available with all the free gifts and offerings. Again, thank you so much. This is Jonathan, Cancer Secrets. I hope you enjoy the rest of this episode.
So I really want to discuss brain diseases, and we can go anywhere from mood disorders to dementia to ALS, and that's a pretty big continuum. But I work with a group. I worked with a gentleman by the name of Dr. Dallas Hack. He's a traditional doctor, but he ran a $2 billion program out of DARPA to fund brain health for our veterans. And he joined as a advisor to this company. And I won't mention the name, but if anybody's interested, they do very profound brain mapping and brain retraining. But their tagline is really interesting. Their tagline is this: the brain is the brain is the brain. And what they mean by that is whether you have a mood disorder, anxiety, PTSD, or dementia, the mechanism or pathway leading to that condition pretty much coincides under all those circumstances. It's really, you have sort of an overarching immune anti-inflammatory process in the brain called microglial cells. Those are the immune cells, so microglial activation. So really, what we see is people that have mood disorders, when we look at long-term studies, they're the ones more likely to descend into a dementia, a neurodegenerative condition of some type later in life. So that's a really important thing to consider. And we want to start getting ahead of these things as soon as possible. And the first thing is, there's a lot of conversation. We talked about the gut-brain axis, getting digestion good. I'm going to mainly focus on the brain only this time, but you need to eat well, good digestion. You are what you absorb. Fats are very critical to brain health, so those are important considerations. But the brain alone is a very interesting piece of tissue. And my mentor at Harvard was an eye doctor, and the retina of the eye is an outcropping of the brain, and it's actually a very accessible part to look at the brain. And there's a lot of good studies that show that glaucoma, an eye disease which is much more prolific than dementias, is actually the same disease as dementias, but it actually shows up earlier and is more easily detected by an optometrist or ophthalmologist. And there are very good biomarkers in the eye for people with glaucoma and macular disease that portend Alzheimer's. So the eyes are a great window for this. So I learned a lot about dementia and Alzheimer's, and my mentor and I published a book called The End of Alzheimer's. I know Bredesen published the same book, but this is more of a detailed textbook, which we published many, many moons ago before Bredesen. But when we look at mechanisms and how these things, how this neurodegenerative process occurs, the hallmark has always been the beta amyloid plaques and the neurofibrillary tangles. Those are the hallmarks of Alzheimer's, first discovered and articulated by Aloysius Alzheimer's in 1907. But fast forward to Harvard Medical School in 2010, and a colleague of mine, Robert Moyer, published a study that showed that the amyloid plaque that has been demonized by the pharmaceutical industry as a target for treatment in Alzheimer's is completely wrong. It's completely the wrong target. In fact, these beta amyloid plaques are actually at a class of substance in our body called antimicrobial peptides. We all have infection to some degree, okay? And so we have white blood cell counts, we have white blood cells, neutrophils, lymphocytes, other things to fight infection. In the brain and other fatty tissue, we produce, and probably in vascular disease as well, although it's less well studied, is we have these amyloid plaques that actually are part of our innate immune system. So if you have a loved one that's going into a study with these new biologics to reduce amyloid, God help them and get them to stop, and we can give them really good data that shows that that's the wrong way to go. The other piece of this puzzle is defined by Dr. Alzheimer's are these neurofibrillary tangles. We see these little twisted formations in what are called the microtubules, the railway bringing nutrients into the brain. And when those railways are disrupted, we think the tangles being produced are the disease. They started working on a product to reduce the neurofibrillary tangles. And that was in, I think, 2015. And when I wrote our Alzheimer's book in 2016, I predicted the failure of that company. And lo and behold, they failed. It failed to improve. Matter of fact, probably worsened. They never tell you it worsens, but it failed to achieve their so-called endpoint. So what are these neurofibrillary tangles all about? It turns out when an animal hibernates, it produces neurofibrillary tangles. And when it comes out of hibernation, these things reverse. So I posited, and it really hasn't been proved one way or the other, that these neurofibrillary tangles, these tau substances, the neurofibrillary tangles, are actually some type of energy storage, energy conservation mechanism in the hibernating brain. What's going on in the Alzheimer's brain? Lack of blood flow, things of that nature, that putting the brain in a state very similar to where you'd be in hibernation. So let me go over sort of an 8-point thing that applies, because the brain is the brain is the brain. It applies in the prevention of dementia, prevention of all these neurodegenerative diseases, glaucoma, but also potentially amelioration of any type of mood disorder, even migraine headaches, which are an energy crisis in the brain. So the first thing is work on the gut. Since the brain is 10 times more metabolically active than the rest of our tissue, we need to have our gut working extremely efficiently. And most people don't even know their gut's in dysbiosis, but if you have the most mild symptom, an occasional reflux, an occasional rumbling of the tumbly, a little gas, you're in substantial dysbiosis, at least with regard to the brain, because the brain needs so much energy and is in such a state of repair all the time. So get the gut working well. I love Jonathan Otto's products to support the gut. Extremely important in concert with probiotics. The next thing is looking at any deficiency. Magnesium, vitamin D, particularly fats. Fats are the biggest deficiency that we've experienced over the last 60 years because of the demonization of saturated and certain unsaturated fats. But our membranes in the brain that help conduct electricity and send signals are composed of the omega-3 fatty acids. And the 3 position is where the electricity is transferred from one molecule to the other in the chain of transport. It's called unsaturation. It's very key in the delivery of electrical energy across membranes, across the entire network of your brain. The next was look at excesses, infections. I like to look at the white blood cell counts, and I want you to be optimal at a count of 4.4 or 4,400, depending on your units of measure. And if you're outside of that range, either on the high side or low side, you could have an infection that particularly likes the brain. One in particular is called Chlamydia pneumoniae, and Dr. Brian Balin at the Osteopathic Institute of Philadelphia has written papers since 1998 showing that this organism, Chlamydia pneumoniae, is found in the plaques of Alzheimer's brains. So is it a casual observer? I don't think so, because those plaques shown by Dr. Tanzi, the chaired professor of neurology at Harvard Medical School, and his understudy Robert Moyer showed that these plaques are antimicrobial peptides. So we're seeing a microbe, Chlamydia pneumoniae, and we're seeing an immune response. So we have to, by inference, very strong inference, say that these organisms are problematic in the brain. They're electron stealers. Your brain is driven by electrical communication. They're stealing that pathway. They're literally splicing the wires that you're using to create memories, to think, all that kind of thing. So, metabolic, very, very critical consideration. Metabolic syndrome has been shown when you have high insulin resistance. If your brain cells are insulin resistant, and their cells too, then you're going to have a hard time supplying the excess energy that brain cells, neurons need to run efficiently. Drainage and pressure. This is not well understood in the neurodegenerative space or even in the mood disorder space. We have this, what's called the cranial cervical junction, the neck, if you will. And a lot of people have had concussions, whiplash, trauma. Even a C-section can create trauma in this area when an infant is born. And this is an area that can affect the vagus nerve, fight or flight, and it can affect drainage. So this is a very key area to consider, and extremely inexpensive. It's called an Atlas adjustment to fix that area. But why it's so important? When we look at glaucoma, and I look at glaucoma and Alzheimer's as being very similar diseases, eye doctors can measure the pressure in your eye very accurately. And that pressure correlates very much so with the severity of the disease process. No one's really measuring the pressure in the brain, but we know, skiers have hit their head and a day later they die of edema because of the pressure. It's a confined space. But this is where the drainage occurs. And if we're a little bit twisted or tweaked, the drainage may not be as good as possible. So I'd like anybody with dementia or even mood disorders that have had some sort of twist, concussion, whiplash or whatever, and have some issues going on with their brain, it's very important to get this area and the uniformity of this area evaluated and then adjusted. It's called a low-speed chiropractic Atlas adjustment. Very critical thing. And of course, inflammation plays an important role. That's where the gut comes into play again, because a lot of the inflammation doesn't just come from resident infections of the brain. It can come from circulating cytokines because you have a food sensitivity or something like that. That's where really optimizing the gut The thyroid can be a good indicator. If you see antibodies to the thyroid, there's a good chance it's affecting the brain as well. Another important consideration, and I know myself, I have extra tinnitus of not getting a full night's sleep. But see, you don't sleep for your bicep. Your bicep's fine. My bicep could never sleep, and unless I'm doing some very rigorous work, it's finding the occasion to repair and recover. But your eyes and your brain, that's why you're sleeping. Just think about, here's a little thing to consider. The brain is 2.5% of your total body, but the retina, the photographic plate in your eye, is 1/10,000th the size of your brain. But if I close my eyes right now, I feel relief from fatigue. That's how energetic that little slice of tissue is in the back of your eye. And the brain, not so much, but still very, very energetic. So how do we if your bicep is running all the time, you're going to get that exercise fatigue. You really break down the tissue and you're rebuilding it. And, that's how you get stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But this is where the brain and the eyes are doing all the repair. So if you're not getting enough sleep, then pretty much everything else is put into detriment. I know one of my colleagues went to an overnight scalar energy program, and I was expecting to hear either great or bad things as I was assessing this technology. And the comeback was, well, there was someone in the group, there was an overnight session that was snoring like heck, and no one slept well. So we all felt like crap the next morning. And so I'm saying, well, let's draw a conclusion from that. So what's more beneficial to help, a good night's sleep or the scalar energy? Because if the scalar energy was more, then they would have felt fine the next morning, right? But instead, they all felt lousy just from missing one good night's sleep. That's how profound sleep is, particularly on the brain. Now, the last one that's underappreciated and maybe related to this Atlas adjustment is hypoxia. A little story is some rich European came to Harvard Medical School and offered €1 million if someone could solve his brain problem. And a couple wise doctors forwarded him to my mentor at Harvard, Dr. Clement Tremp. They won the €1 million. Harvard. My mentor didn't get a thing. Harvard sucked it all up. But I asked Dr. Tremp, I said, what did you do? Did you do something special for this guy? And he said, yeah, I gave him Diamox. And Diamox is an altitude sickness diuretic. But what it does is it helps balance oxygen and CO2 to relieve hypoxia. So you can look at, in some instances, the demented brain, the Alzheimer's brain, the mood disorder brain, they're not getting full blood flow, or there might be regions of hypoxia. Okay, so that's a very important consideration. And believe me, I'm not recommending people go on Diamox or some other altitude sickness drug, but it just helps us understand in a much more thorough way as to what might be another driver of these neurodegenerative processes. And obviously, if I hold my breath right now, I'm going hypoxic, and I've got to start breathing again, or else I'm in big trouble. But imagine if your brain is just 5% hypoxic and it's so energetic. It's obviously going to have expressed manifestations that may be your brain is your brain is your brain, a mood disorder, behavior disorder, a neurodegenerative condition if it persists and is chronic, things of that nature. So those are the key things. Looking at gut, looking at deficiencies, looking at infections, looking at getting your fasting insulin as low as possible so you're not in a insulin resistant state for these cells in the brain. But I want your fasting insulin to be below 3. Looking at inflammation, the drainage with the Atlas adjustment, getting good sleep, and then considering hypoxia. So those are the big 8 or so issues that relate to almost any condition in the brain.
Our next speaker is Dr. Jonathan Groot, who discusses the impact of EMFs on health, explaining how they excite heavy metals in the body, leading to increased inflammation and stress on the nervous system, of which I know how terrible this can be for the nervous system. In fact, systemic inflammation can lead to immune responses in the brain that show up in many ways, like memory lapses or confusion, and even depression. That is why Dr. Group advocates for creating EMF-safe environments through the use of Faraday tents and wired internet connections to mitigate exposure. He also shares the importance of sleep in healing and repairing the nervous system, gut, and reducing inflammation. Joining us next is Dr. Thomas E. Levy, who connects vascular health with overall wellness, explaining how pathogens and inflammation affect various bodily symptoms, including the brain. He emphasizes the role of chronic pathogen colonization in the mouth and its impact on diseases like schizophrenia, which is linked to brain inflammation. In this episode, Dr. Levy opens our eyes to the power of high doses of vitamins like niacinamide and the use of antioxidants such as coenzyme Q10 and methylene blue to stimulate ATP production and reduce inflammation. Right after that, we get to hear from Dr. Mark Gordon, who focuses on inflammation as the root cause of numerous neuropsychiatric conditions. He explains how lifestyle factors contribute to the production of inflammatory cytokines, which affect the brain and lead to conditions like depression. Dr. Gordon emphasizes the importance of addressing gut health and the impact of autoimmune diseases on mental health. His treatment approach involves assessing biomarkers to tailor therapies that improve neuropsychiatric symptoms by reducing inflammation and restoring hormonal balance.
EMFs, what happens when the body is exposed to EMFs is that all of the toxic heavy metals that we're ingesting, and we're also getting through the soil, but we're also getting some through the air. So right now, I believe the highest concentration of heavy metals are coming from chemtrails. We know that they're spraying barium, aluminum, strontium. These are really bad heavy metals that enter the system. Of course, we already know about mercury and mercury fillings and things like that. But these metals, when they're exposed to the high frequency wavelengths like 5G, even 2.4 gigahertz, 4G, they oscillate the metals, or they excite the metals in the body. And when that happens, it excites the nervous system. And the nervous system goes into the sympathetic state. And that sympathetic fight or flight state affects the limbic system. And also, when the nervous system is ramped up, it immediately causes an increase in inflammation. And so, obviously, we can't avoid all the EMS. We can't avoid all the heavy metals because of the continual chemtrail spraying. But when you can kind of create a somewhat safe environment with EMF blockers in your house. You can use a Faraday tent. I sleep in a Faraday tent. It goes around the bed. It's a silver-coated fabric that blocks EMFs. And people say, "Oh, that's a bunch of hooky. That doesn't work." You can lay in the bed. The tent goes around you. They're a few $100s, and $500 to $1,000, depending on where you're getting it from and the quality of the silver fabric. And if you're inside of there, your cell phone won't even get a signal. And so it absolutely does work. And, we can obviously don't use Wi-Fi in the house. Try to use only wired connections in the house, through Ethernet. Or you can at least, if you don't have, wiring all through your house, you can use the little power line boxes. So you can go out of your router into the wall with a power line box, and then you put a power line box in the other room and use a wire. So it uses your electrical system as wiring for the internet. It's not really the best, but it's way better than Wi-Fi, because you wouldn't have any Wi-Fi at all. I mean, there is some dirty electricity and things that that happen in the house. It's not really going to add to that, but the perfect scenario would be no Wi-Fi at all in the house and use only wired. And then obviously don't use any Bluetooth devices, especially when you're trying to sleep, because sleep is when you heal and repair. You heal and repair the nervous system, the limbic system, the inflammation in the gut. And so you have to focus on really good sleep. And the other thing we can't avoid EMFs all around us. But as you know, when there's you check your computer and you check the network connections. If you live in a neighborhood maybe the neighborhood doesn't even have 5G anywhere around you, because you can search on, there's websites where you can find where all the towers are around you. And you think you can be in a place that is away from 5G. Eventually it'll come to your town. But it's not only that, you pick up Wi-Fi routers from all around you. Like at any given time, you're probably picking up like 10, 12, 15 Wi-Fi routers. Yes, by the time the signal gets to you, it is diminished sound, but you're still getting hit with Wi-Fi, even if you don't have Wi-Fi in your home. And if you live in an apartment, you know, you've got these people with these big megawatt blaster, 5G, super strength modems, and they're going all the way through your walls, and you're getting way more Wi-Fi than if you just had an old 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi directly in your house. So the only way to mitigate that is the Faraday tents is doing grounding. So you can get grounding pads that you put your bare feet on, and it grounds through an outlet to the ground plug in your outlet out to the ground. But the best way to ground is to go outside and walk in on the ground with your bare feet for at least 30 minutes to ground out a lot of that electrical hypersensitivity, the electrical charge that you have, again, from the EMFs activating and oscillating those metals in your system.
I would tie it more than heart health per se as to vascular health. And first, let me say that the same things that affect the breast, that affect the heart, that go into the tissues, also affect the blood vessels. And cerebral aneurysms have these pathogens in them. Carotid atherosclerosis has them in them, and the blood vessels as you go inside the brain. So that's just one part, is when you properly address this chronic pathogen colonization and the infections in the mouth, all that starts to improve as well. However, and this is especially important with the brain, and I wrote another article that is entitled Chronic Schizophrenia is Chronic Encephalitis. Itis means inflammation, so chronic schizophrenia is inflammation of the brain. Now, this applies not only to schizophrenia, but to any other affliction in the brain, as it's all increased inflammation. And it was established many years ago that niacin, vitamin B3, will often routinely cure schizophrenia if the schizophrenia was diagnosed early enough and if you gave a high enough dose. And this gets back to the fact that I told you about the big 8 supplements. One of them was niacinamide, which is similar to niacin. It just doesn't cause the flush. What does that do? Large amounts of the niacin or niacinamide build up the substrate for the first step of the 4-step electron transport chain, which is NAD. A lot of people have heard all the to-do about niacinamide adenine dinucleotide, NAD, and getting them IV, and all of that's fine and good, but that is a little difficult, a little expensive. And when you take large doses of niacinamide, you give a lot of substrate so that whole reaction can flow well, meaning at the end of it, you start making more ATP. And when you take large amounts of niacinamide, along with the other 3 I mentioned, the riboflavin, which is vitamin B2, which makes FAD, the coenzyme Q10 is the 3rd step all by itself, and the methylene blue comes in and contributes an electron to the 4th step, which is cytochrome C oxidase, all of which crank up ATP production. In fact, methylene blue, which I just told you cranks up the 4th step and can bypass the first 3 steps, is a powerful neuroprotective and neurocurative agent. It gets selectively taken up into high doses in the central nervous system. Many people that have problems with depression start losing their depression within the first few doses. But the point being is, from depression to schizophrenia to manic depressive psychosis to all the different attention deficit disorders and autism spectrum disorders of the kids, all of that responds powerfully to these regimens that stimulate any or all of the 4 steps of the electron transport chain, because what's everybody talking about these days? Mitochondria, energy production. This is the essence of what they're talking about, but this is also how you get those mitochondria ginned up and you start making ATP as much as possible. ATP, for those who don't know it, is adenosine triphosphate, which is the primary energy donating, producing molecule in the body, powering many different enzymes. And if you're able to get normal levels of vitamin C inside a cell and maximal levels of ATP inside the mitochondria, you have a normal cell. I don't care what disease you had before. And when you get enough normal cells like this, these syndromes disappear. I mean, I don't think psychiatry uses niacin at all. But then again, nobody with a congestive heart failure takes coenzyme Q10, which increases heart contractility because of this increased production of ATP. Nobody else is taking chelation agents to get all the heavy metal toxins out of your body that's making everything worse. But when you focus on all these premises, you're going to see improvement in all disease processes, some more than others. When you don't have good sleep habits, or when you have difficulty sleeping, boy, does it wreck everything else as far as quality of life goes. And ultimately, if you're not rested well, your stress level is higher, and stress is another non-specific way to ultimately end up with that final common pathway of increased oxidative stress in different areas of the body. So absolutely, it's important. Sometimes people need help, I understand, to find ways to get into good sleep habits. Some people don't seem to realize, though, the word habit, okay? You really have to strive hard for wrapping up your routine at a certain point in time, getting to bed at the same time, getting up at the same time. When a couple times a week you decide not to go to bed at 10 o'clock, but to stay up and do something at 2 a.m., but you can't afford to stay in bed until 10 a.m. the next day, so you get up at 7, and you literally form a sleep deficit, which different people say you can repay, others say you can't. All I can say is you need to get into a strong habit, and that habit is very important in assuring that you get the regenerative powers of your body working optimally.
Hi, my name is Mark Gordon, Dr. Mark Gordon. I'm a physician who practices neuroendocrinology, endocrinology, peptide science, and so forth, and how it's applied is in the treatment of neurotrauma, which is head trauma, brain trauma, or peripheral traumas that lead to the production of a group of chemicals called cytokines, which go into the brain and create a disturbance in the normal biochemistry of the brain, which leads to things that we call like depression, anxiety, bipolar, PTSD, TBI, and CTE, and so forth and so on. So what we do is we have a assessment that's based upon 28 biomarkers, and based on the results of the biomarkers is how we determine treatment. And when we treat, we get resolution or improvement in neuropsychiatric conditions. And that's basically what I do. In the entire thesis of my work, it's all based upon inflammation that occurs in the brain. And there are things that we do in our lifestyle that can increase the production of these inflammatory cytokines. Things like alcohol, poor nutrition, high gluten intake, trans fatty acids, cigarette smoking, not exercising, not hydrating very well. All these things can influence the biochemistry of our body and our body's ability to defend itself from these attacks. And a lot of these attacks happen from issues that are going on in our body. For instance, in people who have autoimmune diseases, regardless, it's below the neck, we generate these cytokines from a joint or from a fractured leg or from psoriatic arthritis, from a skin bone related issue. And these cytokines go directly into the brain and they turn on a cell in the brain called microglia. And the microglia are our immune cells, and once they're turned on or activated, they start dumping these pro-inflammatory cytokines. Additionally, the gut, we're talking a lot about gut-brain association, about gut-related dysbiosis, leaky gut syndrome, celiac disease from glutens, allergies, and so forth. And what it does is it disrupts the integrity of the lining of the gut, and the body responds by generating more of these inflammatory cytokines. And those cytokines going into the brain create depression. We know this as a fact because in people who have psoriatic arthritis or rheumatoid arthritis or Crohn's disease, which is an autoimmune inflammatory process of the gut, what's associated in 60 to 90% of these cases is depression. And when you treat these people with a pharmaceutical product that blocks one or the other of these inflammatory cytokines, interleukin-6 or tumor necrosis factor alpha, what happens is not only does the peripheral medical condition, psoriatic arthritis, Crohn's, or rheumatoid improve, but the depression disappears. So that's a study, in essence, where it shows the cause and effect. And we know that cytokines are critical for creating all these psychological conditions that we like to treat with masking medications as opposed to addressing the underlying cause. We know from studies in the military that the high use of medication traditionally approaching the syndrome that's called PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, that using a multitude of medication actually increases the occurrence of depression and suicide ideation, as well as suicide. And in fact, in a C-SPAN, which is our federal government has a committee, and they were interviewing the heads of the military medical establishment, and they asked a very simple question: why in the military is there 50% greater occurrence of suicide than in the general population? All you do is you look at the amount of medication that is handed out. My partner is ex-Green Beret Explosive Ordnance and Demolition, EOD, had in his fourth tour of duty, he was blown up and by an explosion, and not a scratch on his body, knocked unconscious for about 5 seconds. And in 6 months, he was on 13 medications, fully alcoholic and suicidal. He came into our program. We did the testing, and based on the test results, we put him on treatment. And he ends up writing a book with his brother, Tales from the Blast Factory, which gets picked up and made into the movie Quiet Explosions. He gets his MBA from Pepperdine, not a simple task. Ends up co-founding the Warrior Angel Foundation to help other veterans get access to our technology. I am seeing a lot more people, but I think it's more, they were already there. I think that this harmony that's happening around the world is causing people to push them over the edge. We are seeing a lot more depressed people, as well as people are starting to recognize the work that we're doing, and the fact that instead of using just pharmaceuticals, that we have alternative approaches that seem to work very well. We have almost 9,000 people in our program who have benefited from our nutraceutical natural product approach. And then we have about 2,300 that are actually that are active now, that came in to get their laboratory work done as a means of determining, if they have a disruption in their normal biochemistry in their brain, their hormones. But yes, we are seeing more people with depression, anxiety, panic attack, social anxiety. We have a psych center in Punta Gorda that's run by a dual-boarded psychiatrist who came on board with us to learn our technology, and she's now has this absolutely fruitful practice where people are improving on our protocols as opposed to what she was experiencing in the past that led her to us the fact that people were not improving on the traditional conventional approach for these psychiatric problems. Now, one of the things that is missed when a patient comes in with classical depressive symptoms, rarely are they asked about their medical history or their past history relative to trauma. A lot of the people that we see have all had some form of trauma, whether or not it's a slip and fall, car accident, abusive home life, assault, skiing, water skiing, snow skiing, ski-doos, jackhammers in their work, bumpy roads. There are a number of situations that can precipitate this inflammation in the brain that will lead down the road to neuropsychiatric presentations. And in the literature, they actually say that 17 plus years, up to 17 and now plus years after the injury, you can then start developing symptoms. So someone has a head trauma, they're fine for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and then they start having issues like libido or insomnia or mood swings or hyperexcitability or depression or isolation. And they go to their doctor and the doctor immediately says, "Oh, you're depressed." They don't ask about their traumas that they've had in the past, nor do they look at the neural endocrine disruption that occurs from the trauma. And what we're also finding in the past 3 to 5 years is that there are immunizations that can be given that will lead to disruption of the control mechanism between an area of the brain called the hypothalamus and the pituitary, so that women can't make estrogen, men can't make testosterone, neither can generate gametes for procreation. So the males will lose sperm production, women's will lose ova, which are the eggs. And the regulatory hormones, FSH, LH, estrogen, progesterone, so forth and so on, testosterone, you don't make. They found that there's that association. And it's all due to the inflammation that's induced by these immunizations and also by certain medications. Seaweed is a plant, and we get our EPA, DHA, which are the omega-3s out of plant. And as I was alluding to earlier, the omega-3s are extremely important for protecting the brain. Now, the plant-based extracts for things like alpha, delta, and gamma tocopherol, the vitamin E's, are very good. And N-acetylcysteine is, dual amino acid, or glutathione, the tri-amino acid. When you mix them together, N-acetylcysteine or glutathione with gamma tocopherol, it downregulates the triggering mechanism that produces up to 400 chemicals in the brain. A lot of them are the pro-inflammatory. So our treatment is the majority is plant-based, biologicals, from plants. Green tea extract, very good for neuroregeneration, EGCG. Let's see, B vitamins are extremely important. PQQ, CoQ10. There are a number of sources. We try to stay within the natural origins as opposed to pharmaceutically synthesized products.
Dr. Stillwagon, I appreciate you taking the time, and I love what you're doing, and I love how you're continuing on this good fight, right? Like with the aviation, you're a pilot, yes, and a chiropractor, right? It's an interesting combination, yeah. And you're, even though your name is Stillwagon, which is like a wagon that's still, which is the antithesis of someone flying.
Right. It's a German name, actually. Yeah. So,
I had a unique life. I was able to be a chiropractor and an airline pilot. I've got over 33 years of airline experience and 21 years as a captain with Delta Airlines. And I've seen a lot of things happen over the years with aviation safety. And also because of my medical background, I very clearly understand the dangers of these mRNA shots that were forced to go into pilots and all flight crews. And that has significantly affected aviation safety.
Yeah.
And I've actually done my own research on this. I did a database where I investigated pilot deaths that were reported in the Airline Pilots Association magazine. And it's only about 2,500 or so pilot deaths that I've been able to investigate so far. So it's a small sampling. But I was able to determine very clearly that when this shot rolled out in 2021 and it was mandated to go into pilots and flight crews, that there was a spike in early pilot deaths. In other words, the pilots were dying prematurely, dying prior to the normal retirement age of 65. And that was a 40% increase in the incidence of pilots dying younger. And I've got the database tied to obituaries. The evidence is very clear. Also, I have evidence that pilots that are going out on long-term disability has also increased since 2021. And it's been 300% of an increase. So that's concerning as well. All of these things have affected aviation safety, and the FAA knows it. In fact, they publish what's called a safety alert for operators, a SAFO. And this came out in March of 2023. And this is notifying all passenger carrying airlines that, look, there's a signal here that aircraft incursions are increasing. Now, that means aircraft are getting too close to one another for whatever reason. It could be brain fog on the part of the controller. It could be pilot error. It could be a number of things. And also, it could be tied to this shot because there's clear evidence that the shot can cause brain fog, difficulty in concentrating, things of that nature. So that came out in March of 2023. The very next month, at that time, the Chief of Staff of the United States Army was General McConville, James McConville, and he grounded all Army aviators for 1 month. And he did that because there were aviation accidents that were happening within the U.S. Army that were deadly and unexplained. They couldn't figure out why these were happening. It could have been sudden pilot incapacitation, maybe from myocarditis. It could have been a seizure that I'll talk about here briefly. It could have been any number of those things. Again, these can be directly tied to the actions of these mRNA injections. The signals are there. And listen, we know that this shot can produce myocarditis. Yeah. And the problem with myocarditis is it can be subclinical. And so if a pilot is diagnosed with myocarditis, that's a career ender. Yeah. The pilot is not allowed to be issued a medical certificate because, there could be the possibility of sudden cardiac failure. So it's a hard line in the sand, and it's a safety issue, you see. So again, as I said, pilots are trained for this type of scenario where the pilot loses consciousness or even dies. We're trained for that. But what I'm saying is a more dangerous thing could be a sudden control input from a pilot because of a seizure. And we've had reports of seizures now that are starting to happen to pilots in the cockpit. Now, luckily, it hasn't caused, a flight control input that was unexpected. But I can tell you, Jonathan, in 33 years of flying, I can tell you that if there is an unexpected control input that's put into an aircraft, particularly on the rudder pedals. In other words, if this pilot has what's called a tonic seizure, where the leg goes completely stiff and pushes that rudder pedal clearly all the way to the floor, a full deflection of that flight control, and that leg locks, there's no way that that other pilot is going to be able to overcome that. If this happens during takeoff, the aircraft will leave the runway. It could hit another aircraft. There will be damage, and there could be people that are either seriously hurt or die over this. The same thing could happen on the landing phase. If a control input is put in like that, that's unexpected, and the other pilot cannot overcome that control input, you're going to have a possible disaster. And so we don't want to see this happen. And so what we need to be doing right now is testing pilots to see if they've got any indication that these physiological changes could be going on in their body. Now, the physiological changes that I'm talking about are things like microclotting, and we can detect that. We should be giving aeromedical examiners some guidance on things that they can look for that would indicate maybe something's going on that we need to investigate here. So they have the ability to look at the retinal capillaries and see if there's any clumping of red blood cells that's going on. And if there is, then we need to look a little deeper. They can also do troponin I checks. Troponin is produced if there's heart damage, and it will show up in the blood. It's a very, very accurate test. Troponin I and troponin T are directly related to cardiac musculature. So if there's damage there and this is picked up in the blood, that's an indication that this pilot has had some heart damage. Maybe we need to look a little deeper, okay? So what I'm saying is the FAA needs to take action steps now to start to look for possible conditions like this, and they're not doing it. So I do plan to testify in front of a hearing in Washington, D.C., and talk about some of the things that need to happen here. One thing we need to do for sure is have an aviation safety subcommittee hearing, an official hearing. And we need to bring the FAA in, the directors of the FAA that made the decision to allow this shot to go into pilots. And that's in direct opposition to their guidance. Their guidance says do not allow an experimental procedure or a medication to go into pilots. That's not allowed. And so they went directly against that guidance. Now, why did they do that? We need to find out why. In my opinion, it could only be three reasons. It could have been financial pressure, which I doubt. It could have been a political pressure, which is possible because the FAA, of course, is a government entity. And if they were told from the Biden administration that, by golly, we're going to mandate this thing, they just ran the flag up the pole and said, all right, we're going to go with it, without even doing any further investigation or testing. And the third reason could be fear. And by fear, I mean they fell for the narrative that this was a deadly pathogen, and the only way out of this was going to be a shot called a vaccine. They actually believed that narrative. Now, anybody that was within the FAA that was using any common sense at all would have seen that in February of 2020, 10 months before they said to get this shot, 10 months prior, the Diamond Princess cruise ship was quarantined off the coast of Japan. And all of those people were tested for COVID and tracked. And the only people that died were those that were elderly and comorbid. So pilots do not fit into that category. They're not elderly and they're not comorbid. So then the narrative was changed. The narrative said now, well, we should just vaccinate everybody because it will stop the spread and it will protect others. Well, we know that those were a lie. Fauci admitted it, Birx admitted it, and anybody who was within the FAA in the medical department worth their salt should have known that also. These shots called vaccines are not designed to prevent the infection from happening. They're only designed to react to it, you see. So we need to find out who made the decision and why did you make it, so this never happens again, because they will try this again, Jonathan. The narrative is that you need to put something into your body to create an antibody that's going to supposedly protect you from getting infected and stopping the spread. That just absolutely does not work. So then we also have to have government oversight. We need to have a way that the FAA can start tracking who got the shot, which ones did you get, and when did you get them. And why is that important? That's important because, as I said before, we know that one of the significant adverse reactions of the shot is myocarditis, which can be subclinical, and that can ground a pilot. So the FAA knows this. Why aren't they tracking it? They should be. They should be telling us, and it should be a permanent part of a pilot's medical record. When did you get the shot? Which ones did you get? Okay? Another thing that needs to happen is we need to have pilot incapacitations investigated by the National Transportation Safety Board. Now, the job of the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, is to investigate major airline accidents and figure out why they happened so that we can prevent them from happening again. But they're not required to investigate pilot incapacitations unless there was damage to the aircraft or damage to passengers, you see, passengers that got injured. Or if there was something unusual that happened during the flight, like a encounter with severe turbulence, or maybe there was fumes in the cockpit that would incapacitate a pilot. Those types of things are investigated. But if it's just a pilot losing consciousness or having a seizure or having a heart attack, no, those are not investigated. But they should be. And we have the technology now, Jonathan, because we know that the proteins that are created from the shot are unique. They're different proteins that come from a natural infection. In fact, the protein that comes from the Pfizer shot is different than the protein that comes from the Moderna shot. And so we actually have the technology and the tests now that can determine if those proteins are present in the body. And so that they should be looking at that to see if that protein had a play in this. Now, they definitely can have a play in this. And the reason I say that is because these proteins that come from the shots are biologically active proteins. That means that when the protein is created from the messenger RNA, it will be secreted into the bloodstream. And now that protein is going to attach to cellular receptors. These are not inert proteins, like proteins that we eat, or proteins that our cells are making all of the time and secreting into the bloodstream so that they can be taken up by other cells and used for normal body functions. Our bodies do this all of the time. And the message to make these proteins, Jonathan, is in our DNA. And that's how this whole thing works, is if your body needs to make a protein, okay, the DNA that's in the nucleus of your cell is going to be transcribed into a messenger RNA strand, which is basically like a long string of spaghetti. And it comes out of the nucleus and it joins up with a ribosome. And there's a message in that messenger RNA to make a protein. And that's how those proteins are made. But what have we done with this shot? We've made our own mRNA, you see. It's a modified messenger RNA that's injected into the body so that the body can make a protein that will be immunogenic. In other words, they want it to stimulate the immune system to have a response. Well, the danger in this, Jonathan, is you don't know how much of this protein you're going to make. You don't know what cells are going to make it. You don't know where it's going to go. You don't know if it's ever going to stop. Okay? So these biologically active proteins that are out there attaching to cellular receptors are going to create an immune response, and it's like an autoimmune reaction, you see. The body doesn't like that, and it will attack those cells and destroy those cells. And so that's where the damage occurs. So if it's happening in the heart, that can lead to the myocarditis. If it's happening in the nervous system, that can lead to seizures. So I've directly investigated seizures. Now, what can seizures be coming from? Well, it's normally something that's gone wrong with the brain tissue itself. It can either be an inflammation, or it could be a tumor that's occurred in the brain, or it could be something with the vascular system. Maybe you've got a blockage or a leakage that's occurring in the vascular system affecting the brain. Or the last thing, it could be an autoimmune reaction. So let's take a look at all of those things and see how this lipid nanoparticle that they're using to inject the mRNA could possibly be doing this. So I've got a slide, and you can put the slide in the background as I'm talking so that you can see some of the things that I'm talking about here. But the lipid nanoparticle that they use as a delivery system to get this modified mRNA into your cells, it's made of normal body fats. It's made of cholesterol and DSPC. And it was cleverly designed that way because when it's injected into your body doesn't reject it. So these lipid nanoparticles are just going to go all through your vascular system, and they will literally merge with basically any cell they come in contact with, because cell membranes are made out of the same stuff. It's lipids. And so when that happens, then what's inside that lipid nanoparticle is going to enter the cell. Now, what's inside that lipid nanoparticle that I just talked about are other lipid nanoparticles. They're smaller, and they're self-assembling. Now, by self-assembling, I don't mean turning into nanobots or anything like that. It's basically that the lipids that they use are cationic. And so the lipid is going to be positively charged, and the messenger RNA that's inside of it is negatively charged. So they just automatically come together. But the thing is, they never told us how many of those little lipid nanoparticles are inside of the bigger one. They never disclosed that, nor do they have to, because this whole thing is under emergency use authorization, which is entirely experimental. They don't have to tell us. So anyway, those little, those smaller self-assembling lipid nanoparticles are toxic, and Pfizer and Moderna use different ones. Okay, Pfizer's was called ALC0315, and Moderna's was called SM102. They're both highly toxic, and if you look them up, you'll see that they're not even designed to be used in humans or even veterinary use because they're toxic. So what happens is the lipid nanoparticle, the big one, that can cross the blood-brain barrier. So now you've got the problem of having these smaller toxic lipid nanoparticles being deposited in brain tissue. And they're toxic, and that will activate what are called microglial cells, which are basically the immune cells of your brain. And if you get enough of them deposited in there, then you start to get inflammation. So inflammation of the brain tissue can result in an unexpected seizure in a pilot. Now, seizures are a big deal, as I talked about, because it can cause an unexpected flight control input. We don't want that happening. So the next thing that I talked about was the possibility of a tumor. Well, how could that be coming from the lipid nanoparticle shot? Well, that was discussed by several doctors recently. Dr. McKernan, I believe, was one of the first to discover that there was DNA that was contaminating these vials. So, when they first did this investigation of this mRNA technology. They had a trial with about 40,000 people in it, and 20,000 people were injected with the mRNA platform. But the mRNA that they got was basically a pure mRNA because it was generated by using the same technology that the PCR machine uses. It just amplifies the strand of genetic material that you give it. It makes more of it. The problem is it takes too long and it's too expensive. So the 20,000 people that got the real shot, they got basically a pure, semi-pure mRNA product. But when they decided that they were going to roll this thing out and make billions of vials and ship this stuff all over the world, they had to have a faster way to make it. And so they do that by coding the message for the mRNA that they want in what's called a DNA plasmid. It's a circular structure of DNA, and they put this in with E. coli bacteria. And E. coli bacteria will take in the plasmid DNA, and they will make copies of it, lots and lots of copies of it. And then when they get enough of that stuff, then they extract the DNA, and then they use a substance called RNA polymerase to make the RNA out of the DNA. But here's what they did, Jonathan, and this is where it gets really nefarious in my mind. Instead of using uracil, which is a normal nucleotide that's used in messenger RNA, that's what our bodies make. When it makes messenger RNA, it uses uracil. They didn't use uracil. They used a man-made substance called N1-methyl pseudouridine. And the reason they did that is it's less immunogenic. That means it evades the one of the innate defenses that we have in our bodies to detect something that's abnormal, that should not be there. And these are called toll-like receptors. And our cells have these toll-like receptors. And there's 3 of them that actually can determine if there is RNA strands in the cell that don't belong there. Okay? The toll-like receptors, numbers 3, 7, and 8 particularly, are the ones that have the capabilities of doing this. Well, they found that if they use this N1-methyl pseudouridine, they can make a strand of man-made RNA, and those toll-like receptors ignore it. Okay, so they're able to get this stuff into the cell, and the cell is able to start making the spike protein now, and it's the spike protein that's immunogenic. So they're basically hiding something to make something that is going to stimulate your body to have an immune response, you see. So the people that did that, they got a Nobel Prize. In my mind, they deserve shackles.
One of the first things that I look at with a patient, there are certain things. Do you have a fever? Are you sleeping? Are you able to sweat? These are some things that I see time and time again, especially when a patient comes in with a cancer diagnosis. And I hope you notice throughout the whole interview, I've been saying patient with a cancer diagnosis, not a cancer patient. We don't have to become a cancer patient. It doesn't have to overtake our whole experience. We are a person dealing with a cancer situation. And so when I have a patient in that situation, it's like always I hear the same thing. I don't understand, Dr. Stills. Why did I end up with cancer? Because I haven't been sick in 15 years. I never get sick. And so when I'm seeing patients, where no matter what they're coming from me, I'm always asking them, do you get sick? Have you gotten a cold? Have you gotten a flu? It's the way the body detoxes. And when we're not able to do that, when we're not able to sweat, that is not a good sign. So I have patients come to me, they're like, I haven't been sick in 10 years. They may not have a diagnosis of cancer, but I'm like, one of our to-do lists for you is to get you sick. And it sounds weird. I'm going to a naturopath and now she wants me to get sick. But it's important that we teach our body that it's okay to get sick, that our immune system knows how to respond. Because if it can't respond to a simple cold, it's certainly going to have a harder time with cancer. And so we have to stop suppressing fevers. Fever is our own natural way of trying to handle a bacterial infection, and we have to allow fevers to rise. One of the things that I really use a lot, and I have to send over to Europe for with a patient who's dealing with a cancer diagnosis, is hyperthermia, because it's like not allowed in the United States. We're not allowed to get people hot to help them heal. But one of the clinics that I work with, they do extreme hyperthermia where they're bringing the body up to like 108 degrees. Don't try this at home, children. And so it has to be done under supervision. But that's when the body, so a lot of people who are doing hypothermia at 102, 103, 104, we're just stimulating the immune system. And I don't mean just like this is not a good thing. It is a good thing. But when you get past, then there's a point where the immune system gets suppressed. But then when you get up to like that 108, now the body's actually, it's not just stimulating the immune system, it's actually going in, the heat is killing cancer cells. And so it's really important that we allow our bodies to sweat, that if we're having diarrhea, we're throwing up, if we have a bug, that we allow our body to do that, because when we don't excrete, if you look at things from a homotoxicology perspective, which is a viewpoint of Hans Reckeweg, who's a German physician, this is where all the heal remedies were based on. If we don't excrete, then it goes down this pathway, this 6-phase pathway, which ends in cancer and other really chronic disease processes. And so if we don't excrete, what happens? The body walls off and we start to get tumors or cysts, and there's this whole process of how cancer can develop. So we need to sweat. We need to get sick. I don't mean getting sick every other month. That's not a good thing. But we need to have a good cold or a good flu and let our body handle it. We need to let our body spike a fever. And we certainly need to prioritize sleeping. If I have a new patient and they're not sleeping, that totally goes to the top of my what we need to get happening, because if we don't sleep, we don't heal, we don't secrete growth hormone, melatonin, we don't get into a parasympathetic state. So I do heart rate variability testing on my patients, and I always see, whether it be a cancer diagnosis or a chronic illness or an autoimmune disease, where there's always this sympathetic stress and low parasympathetic tone. And so we really need to raise that parasympathetic tone, and we can't get out of sympathetic stress if we're not sleeping. And so we have to prioritize sleeping. And, some of the things that you probably know, but maybe you're doing them, maybe you're not, maybe you're sometimes doing them, keeping a regular sleep schedule, getting to sleep at a reasonable hour, traditional Chinese medicine. I remember learning many years ago, studying acupuncture, every hour before midnight is worth like 4 after. It doesn't mean you just get to sleep from 10 to 12 and then you can be up all night, but it's golden. It's in with our circadian rhythm. When the lights go out outside, the lights should go out inside, and we get our blue blockers on, or we light candles, we get off the electronics. I think it's really important that we leave time, we leave space in our evening to wind down. We're not just, okay, I'm going to sleep from 10 to 6 and I'm going to go, and at 9:59 I'm going to get in bed and expect to sleep. We have to ease our body out of the day. Maybe you had a stressful day. I mean, I say stress causes a lot of disease, but we're not getting rid of stress. I think when you die, I think you get rid of stress, but you certainly don't get rid of it while you're alive. And there's so many different forms of stress, whether it be emotional stress or chemical stress and anatomical stress. And so it's about learning how to dance with stress. It's about learning how to respond to stress rather than knee-jerk react to stress. And so we have to give ourselves time, if we've had a stressful day, to wind down and not to expect that we're going to fall asleep on the drop of a hat. And maybe you have a journaling practice, whatever it is that works for you. Sleeping naked, making sure it's cold, 65 degrees. Sleeping naked is a great way to do it. Or if you're sleeping in pajamas, that they are organic, cotton or silk. They're not polyester. You're not sleeping in chemicals that are seeping into your body. The same goes for your pillows and your pillowcases and your mattress. These are all really, really important things. I remember my eldest son is also a naturopathic medical doctor like myself. And I remember he's been practicing, already 4 years. And I took him to an environmental medicine conference, which is always depressing because there's so many environmental toxins. And, on a lot of levels, we can't control what's coming at us. We can control our inner environment and the cleaning products we use and stop spraying pesticides on our lawn, but it's hard to control a lot of the bigger things that we're being exposed to. But the first lecture we went to was like a mystery case. Why is this person so chronically ill? And it turned out their mattress was off-gassing and making them extremely sick. And so we have to be thinking of these things. And I always, as humans, we don't want to be proactive. We don't want to be preventative. We're just kind of go, 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 and then we react. And then I had a patient who smokes, and I said, well, if you got lung cancer, would you quit? Of course I would quit if I got lung cancer. And so, that mentality, we've got to turn that around. We don't want to wait. One of the first things we start to look at the whole environment, from the food to the water to the cleaning supplies, inside, outside, to the body care products. We're lightening that toxic load. And so why wait till you have a serious diagnosis? Do it now. And it can be overwhelming, so do it. You know you better than I know you. Some of you are like, I'm just going to do this. It's going to be my new project, and I'm going to have this knocked out in a month. And others of you are like, oh my God, this is so overwhelming. So do what works for you. Take a room at a time. Commit to when something runs out, you replace it with